Check. Brotherly shove? Check. Football weather? A season that's still anyone's season? Check, baby. NFL on ESPN. 10 million viewers. All eyes were on Chiefs. Shows how basketball has arrived. Now you feel it. We're unflinching, undeniable focus. Just can't say another others has a source. That's our move. A new season of women's college hoops on the networks of ESPN.
Jimmy, a man up there. We are not going to stop chasing the dream. He can't.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
What's up? What is the west side? The west side. I don't know. I'm bored. When I'm bored, I just try to mean and growl.
Started with 133 stories, so we'll be down to 4. Only one is the perfect ending.
It's being done on ESPN as we continue Jim Belmont's fight against cancer.
Joe Tessitore, Jesse Palmer, Katie George with you here in the ACC Championship game. Florida State 14-6. Advantage with 3.
Did you figure all this shit? Yeah, that's usually the answer to that question always.
Heard it over and over again tonight. Florida State has been outstanding. Getting pressure, creating a bunch of third and longs, and letting this D-line eat. They've done a nice job, too, up front. Being physical and slowing down the run game, that's the identity. But the biggest play in the game this year is Bethune getting the interception in the end zone. You're in the fourth quarter, and now they need one more stop. That's what it feels like. One more stop, and Florida State will be ACC champions. They'll be undefeated. We'll see if that's enough to get it complete.
They'll be celebrating in the rain here in Charlotte.
That's ViralRabbi.
Never said, will a team be celebrating in the playoff with an undefeated Power 5 conference champion? But this is the most unique year just this 4-team system overall will have a 12-team playoff starting next year. They get to sit down Michigan, Washington, and then how impressive Texas and Alabama. Those two teams were exposed. That is a good now with this team trying to have some magic late against Florida State.
Florida State substituting 4 D-line with their leaving first and Dayton at defensive end. That's a good idea. So in the last third block situation, they just pin their ears coming off the edge. Who needs to have a plan? Tight ends and running back. They got a tight end to the left helping against Jared Hurst. They got a running back to the right helping against Patrick.
Look at this.
37.
Yo, Sheen, where's the monkey? Sheen. Desperation time, that's right. Where's the monkey? Yoshi. Yoshi. Sheen. Yoshini. Sheen. Found it, dog. Gotcha, bitch. Little slut. Little bitch at being slut. Slut. Yo, dog. Did you do the thing? Yoshi. Sheen. What up, Louise? Yo, Sheen.
Not gonna lie, if I was Mike Norvell, I'd be thinking about scoring a touchdown here. Because I think style points are important. Honestly, I think they are. I know most coaches at this point would just say, hey, we're going to win the clock, win the game, and that's the important thing. That might be true, considering what we've seen yesterday and today. If I were him, I'd be trying to put more points up on the board.
Timeout used by Louisville. Well, let's continue that conversation because you consider style points, you consider some language that you use. All right, let's talk about the style of Texas and Alabama today because Texas offensively was a stylistic picture. And Alabama had as much drama and played at the highest championship level that you could show in this sport with the best win you can have against number one Georgia.
And I think their fan bases, their teams, their coaches, their argument is going to be right now. Will you put us, Texas or Alabama, against this Florida State team on a neutral field? That's what they're going to say. Of course, think back to the last time you saw a third string quarterback. In a conference championship, you think about Cardale Jones going in for his first start against Ohio State in 2014. They had lost, by the way, but they beat Wisconsin 15-9.
That's right.
And the committee just couldn't ignore that. And they put them in, and the rest is history. Once they won a national championship. I think the big question, again, it comes down to how much does 0 losses really matter to the committee? Because it's amazing Florida State was able to do that. And if they win tonight against the top 15 team with your third string quarterback, it's a big deal.
It's on 2nd and 14. Just gets a yard there. Louisville with 2 timeouts remaining per year with the tackle. We'll use that other timeout. Well, you brought it up, so we'll bring you back there in history. The 2014 when Ohio State saw Jones lead up to the national championship. JT Barrett was injured in the Michigan game the final week of the season. And then the night before, the selection committee had to say, okay, how are we going to see this Big Ten championship game? They just lost Wisconsin.
Yeah, there were a lot of question marks. Braxton Miller was supposed to be the guy to start the year. He got hurt in August. Cardale Jones came in, and we didn't really know what the offense was going to be. And could they beat Alabama in the semifinal and take on Oregon? And Marcus Mariota, they did. Cardale Jones just kept getting better and better. That 59-0 win, that led to a resounding statement in the eyes of the network.
So there's Jordan Travis on crutches. You just saw Tate Rodemaker. Understand, obviously, concussion protocol for Tate Rodemaker. So whatever happens in the postseason, he's going to be the quarterback. It's not going to be Brock Glenn you see tonight. Here's another Wildcat snap to Benson on 3rd and 13. And the last time out will be used by Louisville, so an opportunity, of course, for Fitzgerald. But we talked about this earlier in terms of how you go about assessing things, and do you punish a team because of a star player being out? Do you punish a team because of the lack of offense you're seeing, and how you approach that? And the selection committee's been watching a lot of football for now the past 28 hours.
Yeah, no doubt they are. And I think one thing that they'll consider what you just said, well, if Rodemaker's the quarterback in the semifinal, how good's this offense with him? And so they'll go back and they'll look at North Alabama, they'll look at Florida, and the offense was, it was good at times, and they also struggled with a lot of times too. There's a lot of this committee they have to take into account, no doubt. From a resume standpoint, Florida State, in my opinion, is there. And the X factor with the injuries and overcoming that is a big feather in their cap.
The resume has 3 wins that you circle. LSU, Clemson, and obviously this 14th ranked Louisville teams. Fitzgerald comes on the field. Try to push it past the touchdown margin to a 10-point game. A 40-yard attempt for Ryan
This is a big kick.
Through 3 tonight.
Huge. And then they made it.
Just squeezes it inside the upright.
They made it. That won them the game.
40-yarder is good. And that makes it 16-6. What a path it has been for the Noles.
So who's it gonna be? Florida State,
You see the quarterbacks, the injured quarterbacks,
Washington,
celebrating the marches, the rain,
Michigan.
is here. Mike Norvell, we talked about the path. Remember just a couple of years ago, that tough start to the season, the loss to Jacksonville State. Oh my gosh, the loss to Jacksonville State.
So you think you could put, and then you could put Ohio State in there? Texas, Alabama, or Georgia? Oh my God, is that a hard decision? I would say,
They found ways to win games, doing the things
I
necessary.
don't know how you don't put Georgia in there.
They've taken the next step in the progression this year. Winning tonight 13-0 is remarkable. You've seen what he's been able to do now these last couple seasons.
They're going to have the conference
Dude.
championship unless something wacky happens.
You could put Ohio. How would you put Ohio State in there?
Texas, Bama, of course.
That's true. Ohio State, Michigan.
College football playoff selection.
No way.
You go against
Washington.
what has been a 10-year history.
And Florida
Every
State.
undefeated Power 5
That's what it
conference
should be.
champion
With
has
no
gotten
SEC representative,
just clean slate
no,
this
with
week
no
in
Big
San
Ten
Diego.
Big 12 representative. No.
Last year,
Is that how it should be done?
4 teams and the selection committee under these circumstances.
Yeah.
Former Hotkin.
This is done.
Jared Cooks.
Why Ohio State over Georgia?
He took Damian George to tackle and completely walked him into the quarterback. He does it again right here. Like you
Because they
should
lost
be
the
able to do
only
this
team
to a
that they had
320-pound human being, but he does.
of the teams above what you're talking. It's their only
That's a
loss.
misdemeanor in some states.
And they have some quality wins.
When they play the NFL draft and his name is called.
Yeah,
It's
they do.
unbelievable speed to power.
Right. It's the speed that scares tackles. They're kick stepping and they're trying to kind of create an angle, and then he's just able to transition, get his hands inside.
There are just so many good teams this year. It's
Coming
really
back for
what
an
it's
extra
about.
year was massive for him.
Who's the best team?
And also potentially national championship.
What is it?
33 completes and Nebraska pulled out to it.
And Renardo Green
No, but who's
has
the
just
best
been
team?
a beast outside one-on-ones to do that all year. This is a playoff caliber defense. Everybody at home has to understand. It's not. There's no question.
Watch the loss. If Michigan lost, then it's pretty easily Texas and Alabama.
This defense,
Not Georgia.
spectrum,
And that kind of sucks for Georgia. Though.
they are superb.
They're like number one for 2 straight years. They lose one game in the championship and then they're out of the playoff. That's not fair.
Fisk is chasing it, and Fisk gets to it. The 300-pounder just closed down on Jack Plummer.
A 7th sack for Florida State's defense. As Fisk is pointing to the ring, the ACC championship is locked up. And his defense is completely dominant.
ACC championship's locked up. So, who has it? Okay, so it's Florida State. No. Yeah, Florida State, Washington, Michigan, and one other team. And who's the other team? Texas, Alabama, Georgia. It's like Texas beat Alabama, Alabama beat Georgia. Ohio State. I actually probably should be Ohio State. Oh, but they're picking the best teams. Probably it's Georgia and then Alabama. But Alabama. What about Texas? For Texas. What about Oklahoma? Oklahoma lost the last game.
And they said we'll find a way.
And these are the plays he's been dreaming about calling.
If Oklahoma hadn't lost,
In the ACC championship,
they'd have a very good argument.
finish the
If they'd
season.
only lost once, to like, I don't know. They'd have a very good argument to say that they should be the top. Oklahoma would have beat Texas. Texas would have beat
Mike Norvell's fourth year.
Alabama. Alabama would have beat.
And start celebrating.
And they didn't yell them to death.
Undefeated season.
Oh man, they didn't yell them to death. That,
Finished 14, they did. Number 13, Jordan Travis. Rockland only had 8 completions, only passed for 55 yards. But he was able to lead on Torfili and Benson. And that defense that brought everything they had to. The Noles are the ACC champs.
are you gonna look and see if Michigan won? By how much did Michigan win? I would say they probably won like 24-0, some boring game. They game was boring as fuck.
Makes sense.
You want to look at Australian ESPN? That was boring as fuck.
Your team finds ways to win. They gun it out.
Did you know Duke quarterback Riley Leonard is entering the transfer portal? Oh no, this really is ESPN. Michigan. Oh my god, they won 26-0. So boring.
How much pride did you have watching your defense deliver for you and over-deliver?
All right, so it's Michigan. It's gonna be Michigan is number 1. Washington is number 2. Florida State is number 3.
There's going to be conversations tomorrow. You're an undefeated ACC champion. Why is this team deserving of playing in a college football playoff? There's a lot of great teams that are out there, a lot of talented teams.
Should Florida State get in? Oh, for sure. Without a doubt. Do you think you should get in? Yeah, I should be in there too. They should be able to play.
That's what football's all about. It's hard to win a game, but these guys have found a way in every situation. I'm just so proud of them and proud of all that they've accomplished.
Yo,
Congratulations. I'll see you on stage.
Ernest Shackleton? No. I'm fucked.
Mike Norvell, his team in the CFP, saying those other teams, they lost games. This team has not.
Exactly. This team has not lost the game, so they're in. In my opinion, Florida State is in, and any discussion that they're not in is ridiculous. It's as much to say that Michigan shouldn't be in, or Washington. Washington's in, Michigan's in, Florida State is in, and it should be Ohio State should be in. But it's gonna be
It's hard to college football to win every game. Hard. 18 to 22-year-olds.
Texas, maybe.
Hard.
And they leave out the
Mike Norvell's got them focused and centered.
SEC. The SEC just devours itself.
Why people respect that. The committee, historically, through 10 years in the playoff,
I mean, they all can't make it.
they've always gotten in.
Patterson Gimlin, dog.
Top 25 wins, 8 wins against Power 5 bowl eligible teams. That's the most in the country. Their defense proven tonight. Their championship caliber level defense.
Would you have sex with
They've
the
had to overcome
being
injuries,
from the Patterson Gimlin film to get out of this?
finishing the year winning
Oh,
three.
for sure.
this one against a top 15 team. So that's what's in front of the committee. That's what they'll be talking about tonight, late into the night, and early tomorrow morning as well. But with Texas and their 10-point win on the road in Tuscaloosa, in my eyes, gives them the head up against Alabama. And then you're looking at a Bama team that just beat the number 1 team in the country.
Good, they're having that conversation, though.
Teams in the top 13. There's much improved from earlier this season when they lost against Texas.
And that is the premier win in the sport. And, commissioners saying from the SEC's ability to put Sesame Street theory here. Some of these things don't look like the other. Playing in the SEC and playing in this game doesn't look like the others. Listen, it doesn't. It's tough to size up what we just saw on the field here tonight compared to what we saw in Atlanta. But you just saw a championship team. I know that for a fact, and a championship level defense in Florida State.
At the end of the day, you have to win the game. Being an ACC champion is the number 1 goal to start this season.
Who do you think is going to be in
That's the first step.
Yoshi?
And they've done that week in, week out. They put themselves in that
Who's
position.
Yoshi out
This
tonight?
season and what they've had to overcome too,
No,
Joe.
no.
Come from behind wins where they were trailing by double digits. They were able to dig deep and find ways to get it done. It's not always pretty, but look at this guy. He's a true freshman making his first start. The guy had 4 passes before he came into this game.
Jesse, he can breathe all of a sudden.
Yeah, he can finally breathe. This is what he was waiting for, right? To be out on center field, about to go up on the stage with Katie George and get the ACC championship trophy. Celebrate with his buddies tonight. And wake up tomorrow.
4G home internet during peak hours. Let's
Look at this
free
one.
panoramic
Come
Wi-Fi
on,
and the
come on.
30-day money-back guarantee. Why not switch? Visit cox.com/4G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone
Look at
users
this
and
movie.
users during times of congestion.
Harry's, Babel, Great Courses Plus, contributors of Patreon for making tonight's show possible. Last week, we took you through the Patterson Gimlin film itself. Consider yourself a 101 level graduate. Tonight, we're going to take a look at the plans of a hoax by various parties of the
From an eye test standpoint, you just
Look
look
at Rabbit's proposals, priorities,
it's a
and
play
maybe calendars.
And I don't know if
Get a finer understanding of the personalities of those involved in this complex legend
he's got as many starters on his team that people play on Sunday.
to assign legal filter use the program to the angle of each participant's account he gets, as well as some of their accusations.
And withstand it too.
We'll
And
discuss
another
it
thing the
all,
committee's
crack
going to talk
it
about because
claim
there's the
he started
possibility
the
that
entire
an SEC
Bigfoot
team
phenomenon.
may not make
Talk
the
about
playoff
the
for the very
infamous
first
apes,
time.
the man
I know
who
the
lived
SEC's been the most
Bob
dominant conference since
covered the folks
2006.
who made that suit
This
and
year,
sold
though,
to
does
Roger
feel
Patterson,
a bit
when he
different.
called
It
it
started
Star Wars
as a
costume
conference
shop
game.
in Charlotte,
Here,
North
the SEC
Carolina,
was 7-9.
way back in
He is
1967.
not conference power
Mr.
five
Saul,
opposition.
right?
Not as dominant as
You
we
know
used to
better
think.
than that.
So I wonder if that's something that the committee takes into account as well.
The ACC had 6 wins over the SEC and 4 over the Big Ten. The rest of FBS football was
Welcome back to Starship Legends. I'm Scott Philbrook.
against the SEC.
It's a funny year too. Right? Because we've got 3 Power
That's
5
something is out there. Since at this writing, 36 years have passed, and fear of a hoax has not ceased. Anthropologist David Dagley from his 2004 book, Bigfoot Exposed, in the intervening 15 years since its publication, of a hoax has still not emerged. Join us tonight for part 3 of our in-depth series on the Patterson
And now you look at the quarterback and you look at the
And we're back. Be sure you listen to tonight's outro.
Texas
Hear about a very special bonus show.
And now this Florida
Is
State
it time? What? To announce the bike classes. Well, now that you've said it. Oh, yes, well, folks, we have bike classes. Yeah, you guys asked for them like 3 years ago. We finally made them. There are logo versions of them in the store now. And here's the other thing. This is just the beginning. There are more pie classes coming, but you must wait. All right, let's get back to the PGF. So we just finished an overview of Roger Patterson. Now we want to talk a little bit about Bob Gimlin. The interesting thing about Bob Gimlin is, he was there that day, but he did not have the camera. And in the Patterson Gimlin film, he does not appear on camera at all. So, no, let me finish. No, I agree with this, but he's in a lot of the other footage from that day. Yes, the horseback. Exactly. So he's on camera, but he's not in the famed Patterson Gimlin film, or what people know as the Patterson Gimlin film, which is those 954 frames of footage that includes the footage of Patterson. he's not there, but we know that he was there that day. No one has ever disputed it. Now, a lot of people have cast aspersions on Roger Patterson because he was, it seems, maybe a little bit flaky and a little bit too much of a dreamer. Some people say, oh, well, he was a con man and a shyster. Irresponsible. And he knew that. He kind of knew what people thought of his character. And he let his, I think, ambitions and youthful optimism and exuberance get away from him in some cases. And he wasn't all that buttoned up financially. Well, even in Greg Long's book, which sets it out pretty hard to make Roger look like he should not be believed, even when Greg interviews Al Diatley, who is definitely an opportunist, and it's clear from his own interview, and I think he would say that to you, to your face if you asked him. Al Diatley says, Roger, yeah, he borrowed money and didn't pay it back, but he said in that book, and I'm paraphrasing here, I didn't personally believe that when he was asking for that money, that it was his intention not to pay it back. Right. It's just the way he was. And we've since done a lot more research and even talked to Bob Timlin, and our impression of Roger Patterson is that, yeah, he was that guy, but he was still a friend. He was a friend of Bob's, and he was not a person that necessarily categorically should not be trusted. Right. He didn't take that money or whatever money he got, say if he borrowed the money from some potential investors, then go out and buy a jet ski. Right. He took that money to further his research into Bigfoot. He was that, you can say, obsessed with it. Obsessed and to a fault. And it's a good use of that particular expression. But getting on to Bob Gimlin, this is from this point forward here tonight anyway, this gets to be a little bit the tale of the two Bobs. We've got Bob Gimlin and Bob Hieronymus. Now, Bob Gimlin is a lot more famous than Bob Hieronymus. Bob Gimlin is the Bob Gimlin of the Patterson-Gimlin film. Yes. Bob Hieronymus found some fame associated with this a little bit later on. Bob Gimlin, though, and I think you can say this pretty much across the board, no matter how much research you do, nobody has ever accused Bob of having any of the personality traits that they accused Roger of having. They have questioned some of his story kind of changing a little bit, or some details being fuzzy here and there. But the more you look at it, the more you realize that when somebody's telling the same story over and over for decades, yeah, things get a little askew because that's just how the memory works. But the variances in what he says are not wide. They're pretty narrow. Yeah, because his initial estimates visually of the creature, he would say he revised later, but that was a time of great excitement and just mind-blowing. What am I looking at here? I mean, that's how he describes how he felt. It's just, he believed to this day, since the beginning, that it was an organic, natural creature. It was not an imposter of something. It was not a guy in a suit. It was not a bear. It was something totally different that he'd never seen before, even on movies and TV, and he didn't know what it was. So in that kind of momentary state of shock, and then when you first get questioned about it, right afterwards, your initial estimates about what you see are not always clear until you give it some time, sit and think about it, and really go back to your memory and adjust it, because you were in a great state of excitement, and when people were asking you right after it happened, yeah, you're not always thinking clearly. So that's what Bob would say. It's like, yeah, I just, people were asking us right away. Well, we thought the same thing happened with Roger, was that Roger increased his, I think, the height by a foot and the weight. But like I said before, these gentlemen were very familiar with large animals, horses and cattle especially. So I would trust them a lot more than the average person to judge the weight of a large creature. I think the other thing to keep in mind is that even though Bob was out there, he didn't necessarily really believe in Bigfoot until he came around that tree and Patty was standing there. Yeah, he didn't know what to think. He just thought, like I said, if there's any similarities with Roger and why they're friends, is that they're both avid outdoorsmen and very skilled. They both have a cowboy spirit, which is just get out there, have fun, ride horses. I mean, they were both exhausted, but why not go on an adventure, These were not couch potato kind of guys. They got out there and did stuff. And as Scott said, a lot of it's argument when it comes down to the circumstantial evidence, this testimony by different people that they didn't know where, it really boils down to Bob Hieronymus. Bob Gimlin, because Bob Hieronymus says, yeah, Bob Gimlin was in on it. He was in on the whole time. And Bob Gimlin was always flatly denying this. So I was not. Anyway, so the next thing we're going to do here is take a look at a lot of the questions that people have been asking over the years, researchers and folks who do believe Bob Gimlin and folks that don't believe Bob Gimlin. We're going to take a look at all the circumstances surrounding his part in this story. Right. So there are a few suspicions about Bob Gimlin because he was there, and it's one of those scenarios that you're darned if you do, darned if you don't. No matter what you do, somebody's going to think that's suspicious. And in Bob's case, well, he helped out a little tiny bit to help promote the film for a short while at the beginning, but for the most part, he didn't participate in the appearances, mostly because he couldn't be away from his job. You know, he still had a full-time job to do, and he had to provide for his family. Put biscuits on the table, as he said in his Fresno appearance, which we attended. Also, his wife was getting pretty upset with being harassed at her job as a bank teller until she took a position where she didn't have to deal with the public as much, and their costs are pretty cool. So imagine being a bank teller. Every third customer would be like, oh, you're the husband of the Bigfoot guy. You know, so that costed people attention, greatly upset and disappointed her. And, you know, Bob felt really bad about it, so he curtailed a lot of his connection to the film. But the scrutiny started at the very beginning for Bob because he was absent during the first film screening that Sunday after the encounter, although he was home resting and recuperating after that grueling and exhausting trip back from Willow Creek. And we always mention that because that's going to factor into Bob Rodimus's claim. It was a very strenuous truck trip down that 22-mile stretch of really bad road, that logging road we did out of the mountains to the highway to begin with. And what did we say before? 14 hours to get all the way home? Like, he was totally exhausted. Also, you have to remember, the mountain was falling down into the canyon as they were driving because it was raining so hard. So they were on top of a mudslide in a truck with 3 horses in the back. And along the way, they got stuck and had to, I guess, hotwire an earth mover or borrow one to recover the vehicle. It was so exhausting. And then he went on to point out that after all that was done, they still had to drive all the way to Yakima. And at that point, all he could do was sleep. He was exhausted. So the next day, when they were showing the film, he couldn't care less. He was so tired, he wanted to rest. And I think that makes sense. Yeah, I imagine he thought, well, I'll see it at some point. Yeah, I'm sure he was excited. Where's he going? He just saw it in person. I'm sure Roger told him, hey, we got something on film. You're not going to believe this. We captured it. Great. So I can't wait to see it. But first, he was dressed up. Like I said, he was there. So he had the best high definition viewing you can imagine. But forever on from that point, he was under scrutiny because of his seeming lack of involvement in the promotion of the film afterwards, and his unwillingness to talk about the encounter in the years after it or to be engaged. And basically, people suspected Bob was in cahoots with Roger and had some involvement with the hoax, or that he had been unknowingly hoaxed by Roger. Bob is now 87 years old as of this recording, and he is determined to set the record straight about the event and talk about his involvement with it and what he personally believes to be the truth. One of the things he explained when we saw him in Fresno just a few days ago was that Roger Patterson didn't have a regular full-time job, and Al Diatley, who Roger got a lot of money from when he needed it, owned his own successful company, so they could afford in their own ways to travel around promoting this film. And I think we indicated earlier, Diatley clearly saw dollar signs, probably not even caring if the creature in the film was real or not. What he saw was something that they could take around and make a lot of money on. So it seems to me like he took over. He pushed Roger aside. He got in the captain's seat. He said, we're going to take this film over the country. We're going to make money. And Roger May even said, what about Bob? And Al Diatley went, who's Bob? And it was that kind of situation. Then it turns out, while this film was touring around the country, a friend of Bob's, who I think had been a lumberjack, who got injured, I remember Bob saying he got injured and got messed up some kind of way, had heard the film in town and he wanted to go see Bob. This was some other part of the country. I can't remember where it was, but a good ways away from Yakima. So the guy goes to the event where it's supposed to be a screening of the Patterson film with Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin. The guy goes in. Bob is not there. It's some other guy dressed who looks like Bob. And Bob's friend stood up and said, that's not Bob. And the guy was escorted, thrown out of the building by the security. They had a Gimlin imposter, but this little anecdote to tell you what kind of means they were willing to go to just promote the film. And the way that we heard it is that this wasn't so much Roger's idea to decide like Bob. Seemingly it was more Al's because he was that Machiavellian businessman type where he says, well, what are we going to do? If the film is Patterson Gimlin film, then we got to have a Gimlin. He doesn't mind getting an imposter, which is, for a serious scientific analysis, but there are more than a few P.T. Barnum types in this story. Al happens to be one of them. And I'd like to add that when it comes to a story that folklore works up around it, legends built up around it, you don't know what kind of information this imposter's putting out there on the road that's then working itself into the narrative and finding its way back to the longer term story or the big picture story. And then what you've got is a guy who's trying to be a showman to help with ticket sales, making stuff up because he wasn't there. He doesn't know what Bob personally experienced. Right. Now, we're not saying that made it into the research that we went through to do our research on this story and the books that are written. People have probably taken that into account, but you can't deny that I'm certain that it muddied the waters at the time. Well, it taints the whole endeavor and experience because you're already starting off presenting this film with a major lie, and as you said, Al probably didn't care as long as people are buying tickets to whatever. It could be just a scenery, and people are selling tickets to that. Roger is really interested in wanting people to believe in the Bigfoot phenomenon. And for me, it's really hard to believe that he would go along with having an imposter there. Like I said, it already starts off shady, but now you want us to believe the film. And why do you even need a Gimlin other than I could see him just think, Al the Alley thinking like, well, for show business purposes, you gotta have something. Anyway, it just doesn't start off on the right foot, and it did taint the whole endeavor, especially if you want science to take this serious. So as you might imagine, this soured the relationship between Bob and Roger. And to understand the bigger picture of the kind of friends they were friends. They would go long periods of time without seeing each other. One of the reasons for that is that Bob worked all the time. He had to make money, and he had a family to feed. And Roger wasn't necessarily doing that. Roger was scheming and trying to figure out making little wagons and buying goats and trying to sell that to fairs and doing all kinds of different things. And whenever he needed to, he could borrow money from his rich brother. So there were points there where Roger would be doing something and he might say to Bob, can you come to Bob's? No, I can't. I have to work. I have a job. I've got horses to train. I've got cowboys to do. I can't always be there. So they would go a long period of time without seeing each other. And then they came back together for this expedition. They might not have talked for months and months prior to that, or even years in some cases. But when they did get back together, this whole thing, they went out and did this shoot, and they got this footage, and then Al Diatley and Roger took it on the road and squeezed Bob out of the picture. And to be fair, Bob was there. It wouldn't have happened without him. In fact, he wound up rescuing Roger, who had lost his horse and his gun in the situation. And he was entitled to some of the income that film would have generated. Now, neither Roger nor Bob were particularly wealthy. Al was wealthy, but they weren't. They would have been excited at the prospect of having captured something on film like this that they could make money off of. And Bob would have wanted that income just as much as the next guy. But since he got iced out of the picture by Al Diatley, that led to a rift between him and Roger, and of course Al. Or Roger, because I get the impression that Bob and Al didn't really know each other all that well. Now we get to this situation where Roger, I think we told you, was ill for a good portion of his life with Hodgkin's lymphoma. And it had gone into remission, and he was okay for a while, and then it came back just a few years after the Patterson Gimlin film was shot. And when it did, Bob found out that Roger wanted to see him. And to hear Bob tell it, he said, well, I can't hold a grudge against a man. He's on his deathbed, and it's water under the bridge, and I'm going to go see him. So he went to the hospital to visit Roger on his deathbed. And at that point, Roger apologized to him for the wrongs against him. Like, for example, he and Al Diatley cutting him out of his 1/3 share of the profits from the film. And all the trouble that they put Bob through. Yeah, it wasn't just a loss of profits or a third of profits that he never saw time on. It was all the social stuff. Bad treatment. Yeah, so it wasn't a good thing for him, it turns out. And to that point, Gimlin actually told us personally that he forgave Roger, and he understood that it was Al Diatley who put Roger up to all that, and he probably just gone along with it. Bob seemed to know that Roger wasn't necessarily going to take a stand in that situation. And it was a good thing that Bob had gone to see him, because just a few hours later, Roger passed away. In fact, Bob was out in the parking lot when he got word on Roger's illness that Roger was done. So There you go. And that tells you a little bit about the kind of guy Bob is, because he got royally screwed over, honestly. But he went back in the end, and he gave Roger a chance to get it right. Now, something I want to point out, and this will come up again, is that what Roger was talking about to Bob just before he died was how he was going to get better, and they were going to get some tranquilizer guns, and they were going to go out and trank one of these things and bring it in without killing it for everybody to see. I just want people to keep that in mind, because that conversation right there, for me, when I heard Bob talking about that conversation in Fresno, that said to me that if you believe both of these men are in on a hoax, then that's something that Bob and Roger, that conversation, they fabricated, or Bob fabricated on his own, and is going around the world and telling everyone that Roger on his deathbed was planning to go back and tranquilize this creature that doesn't exist. Or it tells you that both Bob and Roger thought they saw something real, because Roger on his deathbed is wanting to go back out there and tranquilize it, which is not something you would say if you would hoax the whole thing and put a guy in a monkey suit. However, I've had relatives on their deathbeds, and when you're on your deathbed, you're kind of delirious. So you got to take all that into account. But I thought it was interesting because when Bob relayed that part of the story, he didn't even say anything. But he's not saying, this proves it wasn't a hoax. He didn't even say anything. He just said, well, I went and I talked to Roger, and he was talking about how he was going to get better, and we were going to go back out, and he raised some money to buy some tranquilizer guns, and we were going to get back out on the road. And Bob said something like that. I didn't know. All right, well, you just get better first. And that was along the lines of their last conversation. So keep that in mind when you're trying to ascertain throughout this series whether or not they hoaxed this film. Now, after Patterson's death, this film distributor, Ron Olson, took over Roger's organization that he had started, the Northwest Research Foundation. And with Roger's widow, Patricia, and his brother-in-law, Al Diatly's blessing, did this. He renamed it the North American Wildlife Research Association. Also used the film distribution company, American National Enterprises, to make a Bigfoot film, which they finally did and released in 1975, titled Bigfoot, Man or Beast. Olson spent the next few years promoting the film, but ultimately says it lost money.
Yeah, he kind of took up the Roger Patterson mantle here, at least with the footage, and more of a entertainment film capacity. But he's the one who took the torch from Roger, and I believe he's went out and made some Bigfoot traps with some enthusiasts, and was also genuinely interested, but took it from the film entertainment side. But they say some of the traps he made are still existing. I can't imagine what those would be like. So he took on the role of generating enthusiasm for Bigfoot as a film topic after Roger passed away. But one anecdote I want to share comes from the documentary of Bob Dylan's life story that we watched.
Yeah, we ordered that actually off of his website and watched it on the way to Fresno while I was driving. I only got to listen, but Forrest watched it, and my son watched it on the way up. It was a 3-hour drive.
Yeah, and there was a story I thought that kind of sums up Bob's character that he tells about when he was a young man and he and his friends were thinking of joining the service because they wanted to contribute. But Bob really wanted to go into the Marines, and his friends, his other buddies, they wanted to go into the Navy.
He liked the uniforms.
Yeah, he liked the Marine uniforms, and Bob's more of a landlubber, you could say. He's not so much an at-sea kind of guy. But for whatever reason, they thought, I think it would be easier duties if they were all for going into the Navy. But Bob made a proposal, a wager. He said, okay, I'll tell you what, we'll flip a coin, and I give him his heads or tails. If it's one side, we all join the Navy. If it's the other, we all join the Marines. And they very hesitantly, I think, agreed because they just want to see Bob flip the coin. Well, as it turns out, when the coin toss, the Navy won. And so Bob kept his promise. He was not going to welch on the vent. He showed up to the Navy recruiting station, and he was the only one there. All of his other buddies chickened out. But this shows you what kind of a guy Bob is. He kept his word, and he joined the Navy anyway. Right.
At that point, he could have said, I'm going to go over to the Marine office. Yeah, but that's the kind of person he is. He gave his word, and even though there was no one there to witness it, he still went through what he said.
That is a bet. It's an anecdotal character reference, but it gives you an idea that he is a man of his word. So take it as you know.
Game day was coming to Lincoln. Got my sign out.
T-Mobile 5G home internet can leave you at slower speeds during during its busiest hours. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Visit cox.com/5G home to learn. Trying to get home to stream that highly anticipated series finale? Well, it may take longer with T-Mobile 5G home internet. You could be stuck with slower speeds during the busiest hours because you share your network with cell phone users. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Plus, Cox offers free panoramic Wi-Fi equipment and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Why not switch? Visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
Hi, I'm Josh Shear from Better Humanhood. When I'm not trying to make the world a better place, I am listening with rapt attention to Forrest and Scott. Now, back to Astonishing Legends. So, getting back to the tale of the 2 Bobs, that's the first Bob and the biggest Bob in this story, Bob Gimlin. There is another Bob. His name is Bob Anonymous, and his story comes up whenever you start to dig even a little into the Patterson-Gimlin film. He's a physically much larger Bob. He's much bigger than Bob Gimlin, and also has a major part in the claims that this story was a hoax. He plays a major role because of what he came forward with. So January 30th, 1999, this former associate of Roger Patterson's, Bob Anonymous, a Yakima resident, came forward in a press release issued by his lawyer in a story in a Yakima newspaper that he was the man in the ape suit in the Patterson-Gimlin film. Bob Anonymous's claims are detailed along with various testimonies from his family and associates in regularly making of Bigfoot, going back to the time of the incident. And there's an important notation in Greg Long that he actually interviewed Bob Anonymous and got the whole story down. Yes, and that's really the first place that it came through in detail. Yeah, I would say good on Greg Long for getting that interview with Anonymous, because it's not easy to find an interview with him. I do still feel like Greg was leading the interview a little bit. Yeah, he wanted him to say certain things. But the fact of the matter is, he did document a conversation with Bob Anonymous about whether or not he wore a suit for the Patterson-Gimlin thing. Yes, and the other good thing is that he did go to most things, the ones he didn't get to, as well as all the other people involved in the story. For example, one of Anonymous's longtime friends, Gabriel Spokane, claims Anonymous revealed to him his involvement in the hoax privately as far back as 1968 or 69. That's right after it happened. It went down in 67. So, yes, the year after. And I'll take the Great. Did you have something to do with it? Yeah, I was there. I remember everything. Well, I do remember the hullabaloo around it, but I was very young. My grandfather was a cowboy, so it was kind of that connection. And plus, it's in the state, the general area. Yeah, I'm very familiar with Yakima. Oh, you live there. Well, you go through there on your way to Seattle. So you're from Seattle? Yeah, I went to school there. Everyone knows that. The idea, though, is not from Seattle. No, I'm not. I have friends there, but just the general area. So you kind of know the people and the terrain and what they're about, and so that's why a lot of these characters are kind of familiar with characters. As I'm sure people in the South might be to you. That yes, you hear about. It's like, oh yeah, that sounds like a guy from North Carolina. Right. Quit before you insult me. No, I'm just saying. Everybody's regional. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I have a good friend, and she would say, yeah, that's a New Englander. You know, she was from Maine. She's like, yep, that's their stoic kind of New England sensibility. You know, some people regionally, they have, speaking of the word stoic, it's the first word that comes to mind when I think of what Gimlin is like. Yes. Well, I mean, but in a nice way. Yeah, in a nice way. He's talkative, he's friendly, willing to chat about stuff, but he's just no nonsense. He's the most level-headed guy you can meet. Well, that's contrasted with Anonymous, depending on who you believe and who you know, because of Anonymous's claims. Now, we never met the guy, Bob Anonymous, but of course, his family friends and Greg Long all believe him. And when he says Bob Gimlin had involvement with the hoax, they're going to go with that. But Anonymous says he never came forward publicly because he was hoping to pay for his part in the filming of the hoax, and that he was afraid that if he did, he'd be liable for fraud. But after his lawyer told him that since he was never paid for the hoax, he couldn't be held accountable for fraud, he decided to come forward, stating that he was tired after 37 years and he was telling the truth. He may also have been inspired to come forward after watching the December 28, 1998 airing of Fox television special, World's Greatest Hoaxes, Secrets Finally Revealed. Do you Remember that one?
I don't remember. It sounds like something I would have watched though.
Oh, 1998. Yeah, I was definitely tuned into Fox. I can't even remember if that was around X Files, but they were doing a lot of shows like that. All those types of fun shows. So I believe Hieronymus saw that. It's like, you know what? Okay, that's it. I'm telling my story. And so it's Greg Long's book is where most all of this claim was first detailed and made public in specific ways. In great and exacting detail. Again, hats off to him for that. But keep in mind, this book is made of circumstantial evidence based on interviews with people about Patterson's character and feeling the film was hoaxed. That's the bent of the book. And Bob Hieronymus' confession is also taken as true. And that confession is where Hieronymus claimed that he was contracted by Patterson to wear an ape suit in the film sequence for $1,000. Hieronymus did pass a lie detector test about this claim, but so did Roger Patterson.
There you go. Can I just tell you how much $1,000 in 1967 would be today? Just for inflation.
Yes, please do.
$7,518. So Hieronymus is claiming that Roger Patterson, who had to borrow a good deal of money from out the alley to do pretty much anything, offered him the equivalent of $7,500 to wear a suit for a Bigfoot hoax film.
Right, where you can look at that and contrast it. Well, maybe he had the money. To me, it makes more sense that if Roger had a little bit of money, he just would have bought that Kodak K100 16mm camera for $400 and owned it, rather than continually rent it, because he had a lot of plans for filming, not just one scene with an ape suit. Yeah, so go through the comparisons here about the stories of Bob Hieronymus and those who come forward to claim that it was a hoax. Keep these things in mind. Some of them make sense, some of them less sense. Going back to the lie detector test that Forrest mentioned a second ago, just to get a little more specific about the one that Bob Hieronymus took. It was administered by Jim McCormick, who was a certified polygraph examiner. And there's a quote here about the results of that test in Greg Long's book on page 210 in the chapter called Mac McIntyre. Results of the 75-minute emanation showed the man was telling the truth when asked about having worn the Bigfoot suit in the 1967 film. So that's relating to that. It was a legit test, and they said that it was the truth. Now, Roger Patterson, however, also took a test in 1970 that was arranged by an editor for National Wildlife magazine, and the results from that test appeared in the October-November issue, Volume 8, Number 6, with an article titled On the Trail of Bigfoot by G.H. Harrison. And in that article, it makes it clear that Roger Patterson passed his test as well. And just keep in mind, anybody, if they're calm enough and believe enough of their story, can pass a lie detector test.
Well, if you believe in your own story, and I actually heard there are ways to trick them as well recently. But now they're developing sensors to avoid that. I don't know if I want to get real specific on the tricking.
Oh, it sounds invasive.
Well, it involves flexing a certain
I see.
It's normally associated with pooping. Apparently, if you flex that over and over, it can trick a lie detector. I have no idea why. But so now they have seats that you sit in, and they have sensors to determine whether or not you're doing that.
Right.
But they, of course, don't tell you if the sensor's in there, so that they can see
know
that you're trying the subterfuge of butt flexing.
Right.
Anyway, for the more you know.
Yeah, well, how those work very basically, the old-fashioned lie detectors is that, it measures heart rate response, I believe, moisture on the skin, maybe, all these things. When people are lying, they get kind of nervous. And it's not like you're getting a long explanation. Your answers are yes or no. Yeah. So the question the examiner gives you, and in this case, Jim McCormick did contract work for the Yakima Police Department. That's how they found him. And also, there was a second test done, which Hieronymus also passed, done by the PAX cable TV show that was airing on May 17th, 2005, and that was administered by Ed Gelb, who was, I think, a big TV lie detector guy.
Yeah, that show was a big deal. They were constantly putting people on lie detectors on that show.
Right. Well, there's a reason it's not admissible in court anymore, but it will give you a good idea of maybe who's lying if they're really nervous, because what it does is measures your responses to long questions. Not front-loaded, but basically it's like, are you the man who wore the suit on October 20th, 1967, and you just say yes or no. It's not like, well, I did wear the suit, but only partially for the morning, and then they just want yes or no answers. That's the baseline it establishes because it has to be that simple.
Yes.
Conversely, if you are really nervous and you're not sure about your answers, but you're telling the truth, you can also fail a lie detector test, and that's why they are not admissible. It's not, so you can take this both ways. They both passed a lie detector test. They might both be lying. They might both be telling the truth in some way. So there you go. But people will often well, there you go. They passed or they failed. Well, there's also a statement out there that Hieronymus had said something to the effect that out to get Patterson back in some way for not paying him for his appearance in the suit. Remember that? That's another thing that Bob Gimlin said.
Bob Gimlin said on the stage, when he saw him in Fresno, he specifically said Roger owed him money, and Bob Hieronymus was going to get that money one way or another, because that was the kind of guy Bob Hieronymus was. But then he went on to say, I like Bob. This is the funny thing. These guys are all talking about each other. They're just like, well, I mean, he's like that. Whatever. But he wants that money. It was owed to him. He's going to do whatever he can to get it.
As Scott said earlier, we all know friends. We just don't want money too.
Yeah.
Trust. I did not make them my emergency contact for a reason. But we're still friends. We'll get together for a beer or hang out. But there are limits to what I would trust them with.
Yeah.
And ways you approach them.
And I'm glad you said that, because that's the thing I want people to keep in mind here. There's a humanity to everyone involved here. We've got really a cast of characters. There are the pawns, and there are the showmen and the opportunists, and yeah, there's probably some con artists in here. There's some liars, but along with all of that, you also somebody somewhere is telling the truth.
Well, or
you have to figure out who it is.
Yeah. I mean, there's other testimony, and again, that is circumstantial hearsay evidence, you could say, to back up Hieronymus' claim, and some of it comes from people very close to him, like his mother, Opal, saying that she saw an ape suit in her son's car 2 days after the filming.
It's actually her car, trunk of her car.
Oh, she saw it in the car. Okay.
Borrowed her car, which was relatively new, but she went out to the trunk, and she saw the suit in the trunk, and apparently was taken aback by it. And then supposedly, I believe either his nephew tried on the hood.
Yeah, there's
more information there.
John Miller, the nephew to Bob Hieronymus, also claimed that he did also see the suit in the car.
Yes.
But that passenger car business is an important aspect of the story here, the analysis of it later on, so keep that in mind. Another close friend of Hieronymus, Bernard Hammermeister, claimed Hieronymus had shown him an ape suit in his car, but didn't want.
Now, that was athletic. That is really
I can't even imagine somebody doing something like this.
It's also the perfect crime. Because sometimes the thing that's blatant right in front of your face is the thing you don't expect.
I was going to be a $1 million man.
Exhilarating.
1989 to 2001, almost no $10 million of the high value game pieces in Donald's monopoly.
Jared told me, if you want a game piece, this is how it's done.
Hi, I'm James Hernandez, and I'm Brian Lazarte. We are the executive producers and directors of Millions, a new 6-part documentary series on HBO. McMillions is the story of the McDonald's monopoly fraud case that happened in the 90s, where basically every person who came forward to claim a prize from 1989 to 2001, $25,000 or above, turned out to be part of a criminal ring. And the whole syndicate was taken down by the FBI in a massive undercover operation. This podcast, we wanted to serve as a companion piece to the series to talk about many of the things that we found to be incredibly interesting that we just didn't have a place for in the body of the series itself.
And give us a chance to talk to many of the subjects from the show to see how they react to seeing the show itself.
If you haven't had a chance to watch the episode, please do that first.
Mega spoiler alert. Many a spoiler beyond this point. Yeah, that's some of the things that you'll learn specifically in today's episode. we'll be diving a little bit deeper into the FBI's investigation. You'll learn more about how McDonald's actually became involved with the investigation, which is just still a mind-blowing fact. And then we'll reveal something that is such a huge thing. It's such a ridiculous thing that almost derailed this entire investigation before it got started.
Chris Graham, who is the squad supervisor for the white collar division in the FBI, he's actually going to be joining us in just a few minutes. We're also going to more about shooting abductions. My favorite. All right, so let's get into the episode. This is the McMillions Podcast, episode 1. For those people who don't know how we came to the story, James, can you share with them how this story came to be?
This all started with me laying in bed late one night. This is 2012, cruising Reddit as I was looking before I go to sleep. And then I saw a TIL. Today I learned that nobody really won the McDonald's Monopoly game. And when I was growing up, I was absolutely obsessed with that game as a kid. I was obsessed with McDonald's in general because my first job ever was when I was 16. I worked at McDonald's. And so I immediately tapped on the article. And it's just a local Jacksonville newspaper blurb that's not very long about it. I set me on fire. I needed to know everything about it. I couldn't know about this thing that happened the entire time that I played the game. And I worked at McDonald's. So I had all into it, really couldn't find a lot. I was very surprised. I finally put in a freedom of information request to the government. That took a little over 3 years to go through. And then once I was able to get the information from the government, I was able to find out what agents were involved as a prosecutor, and I was able to get permission from the FBI to talk to the agents. I reached out to them, and they were all very welcoming, and I was shocked when they were saying things like, "This was our favorite case we ever worked. No one's ever contacted us about this." I started to see how big this story, this thing could be, and that's when I thought of my friend Brian here. What was going through your mind when I first reached out to you about this?
I mean, it's gripping. Like, when, I played the game, the documentary meter in my head was saying, like, okay, how are we going to approach this as a story? Like, is it a feature-length story? Does it warrant that? Is this just a short, little fun story? These guys had an incredible wealth of material, far greater than what we had imagined for the story.
It's still mind-blowing to think about. It feels like it was yesterday and 10 years ago.
So now let's bring on one of the guys who helped tell this story, Chris Graham. Chris was the FBI squad supervisor for the White Collar Division in Jacksonville.
I don't think anybody had really even seen anything like this before. So there's always a risk that they turn these guys loose on this. It turns out it's not true, and I've expended resources. But, I think we all realize if this is true, this is big.
Chris Graham, thank you for joining us on our first podcast. Hopefully we're not screwing it up too bad.
You're not supposed to tell them that. You gotta Doug Matthews it. You gotta pretend like you've been there.
Yeah. What's the Hollywood saying? Fake it till you make it. Yeah, fake it till you make it. So we've been doing this now for years. Thank you again for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have to start off with the main question that we've been dying to know. Now that you've seen the first episode, what do you think?
I had no idea that what we were doing was so much fun. I don't remember having quite as much fun as Doug Matthews seemed to be having throughout the whole thing. The undercover operation, I mean, that was fantastic, and kind of brings it all back like it was just a week or so.
You have such an interesting role within this. I mean, you're managing an entire department of white collar crimes, and you have so many different personalities to deal with as a manager. What is it like as a boss dealing with Doug Matthews?
When you say Doug Matthews, it's Doug and Rick. I describe them kind of as the odd couple of the FBI. When I took over the squad, I never heard much from Rick and Doug. I've come to find out, obviously, that what these two were doing was basically working their tails off on all kinds of cases.
Doug mentions working healthcare fraud, and he's not very excited about it. But how do you assign what cases happen?
He was no fan of healthcare fraud. Doug, as an accountant coming in and being thrown back into healthcare fraud, was not his vision of the FBI. I'm sure if we go back over his career subsequent to McDonald's, he probably did work. In fact, I know he did work a lot of other healthcare fraud cases. So his complaining about it then was obviously just temporary complaint.
Plus, it doesn't seem to mesh with his hyperactive personality.
Yeah, like I said, who knows what he was treated for as a child in a medical setting? So maybe some scars there that we don't know about.
What is Doug's wife like?
I would suspect that Deb, his wife, spends a lot of time rolling her eyes. I think if I had to draw a caricature, it would probably have to be him laughing or doing something silly, and her being the respectable suburban mom rolling her eyes.
Well, what's interesting too, though, is that Doug is quite brilliant. He came to the FBI as an accountant with an economics degree and teamed up with Rick Dent, who was a mathematician. So I mean, these bright guys. Rick Dent was the senior agent who, in the series, we did not get on camera, and Doug Matthews was the rookie FBI agent.
A pair like that of the squad is a godsend for a supervisor like me. Obviously, you see Doug as the ultra excited, new, enthusiastic agent. Like I said, if he didn't make it as an FBI agent, he could have been on an infomercial selling some kitchen knife in the middle of the night or something.
He could still do that, actually.
He could still do that. And I said someday I'd like to meet Doug's mother, because I pictured him as a child in his house where his mother would hear him laughing in his room and think like, what's going on in there? Come in and find him alone, telling himself jokes and laughing. Meanwhile, you've got Rick Dent, who I would almost describe him as kind of the military equivalent, like the senior enlisted, almost like a master sergeant. He's really the guy everybody goes to find out how things really get done. He's very quiet, measured, restrained, just patient and dogged and deliberate about what he was doing. And to pair those two up and have that excitement and energy, some degree of creativity coming out of Doug, matched up with the level of experience and expertise that Rick had, the end result is obviously a case like this.
Rick Dent, however, although we mentioned that he declined to be interviewed, we actually did have a chance to meet with him on several occasions.
When we met up with him, I could feel him evaluating me, like am I a threat? Like, what's happening? I could see what was going on. Like, I would hate to be on the other side of this table with him if he came to see me for another reason.
Rick Dent was really gracious with us in regards to his time, wanted to help us. He just didn't want to go on camera. And he said that the reason why he didn't want to participate in the documentary was mainly because there's a lot that he doesn't remember. And he didn't want to get any of the facts wrong. And he said that, the only way that he'd really be able to feel comfortable talking with us is if he broke out all his old case files and reviewed the case. And he said the thought of that actually gave him heart palpitations.
One really huge thing with the investigation and with the show is that meeting with McDonald's that you guys put together. What was it like to be in that room when that's happening?
It was almost a kind of a blind date situation where we wanted to come across as professional as we could. We wanted to convey a message that we had confidence in what we were saying, and we could protect their interests.
How did you feel seeing Doug in his gold suit that he wore that day?
Yeah, it was pretty gold. I remember the gold suit, but it definitely came back in seeing it in the episode. I had seen it before, and quite frankly, I'm sure I had made many jokes about it. They have, I think for McDonald's, whether they remember it or not, I think it was for them an indicator of things to come with Doug.
Within that same meeting, Assistant U.S. Attorney Mark Devereaux, he wears a black or pinstripe double-breasted suit every time I've ever seen him. How is it working with Mark Devereaux and then with his personality and dealing with Doug in a situation like that?
I think Mark, if you could see, inside his mind, the cloud of what he's thinking when Doug walks in, it would probably be Mark Devereaux choking Doug and ripping his gold suit off and tying it around his neck. That would be what Mark was thinking. Meanwhile, with Doug, the same cloud, he's laughing out loud because he knows he's got under Mark's skin. And, and that was the dynamic, the two of them that just go on. Almost like a fraternity brothers messing with each other.
There are a lot of things within the FBI that people just learn from movies and assume those are real. One of those things is how you guys tap a phone line. It would be great if you could just explain what goes into that.
I think there is this misconception that we just, whenever we want to, flip on a switch and start listening to everybody's phone calls. Basically, have to show that there is probable cause, that there is a crime being committed, and more importantly, that these particular phones are being used to facilitate that crime, effectively a search warrant of that phone.
John O'Donovan, who is one of the FBI agents who we interviewed, who did not appear in this episode, had a couple things to say about this as well.
This is actually one of the deleted scenes from the show.
In the wire room, we had one agent per line, or 3 lines of communication, 4 lines at the lobby. And all that was there was these machines that had tapes in them. That's how old school this wire was. We used to cassette tapes, not the old fancy reel-to-reels, just old cassette tapes that you put your car on the TV. And you'd sit there and wait for an interesting call to happen. So it would ring it, and you would listen for up to 2 minutes, and there was time limits depending on how the judge required it. And it was a call where it was a pertinent call where there was information about the crime being committed. You could listen to the rest of it. After 2 minutes, if there was nothing bad on the call, you would minimize it, which means shut it off, wait for another specified period of time, a minute or two, and turn it back on and listen to see if they've changed the topic. And they were still talking about things that had nothing to do with the crime, and shut it off and keep doing that, going back in, listening, and turning it off again. What we specifically listened for were conversations between Jerry Jacobson and his associates, or people that they were grooming to be witnesses. I know they were doing all those undercover interviews and winners. We got to see something pretty funny. They call it tickling the wire. After we do something for the subject you're listening to, both things to make a phone call about it. And there's also two different ways to do it. A visit from the FBI is really one, and you specifically want to listen. Hey, you call right after the lead. He gets nervous, someone comes to talk about it. The first thing he might want to do is call her and talk to her. So that's called tickling the wire, and I know they did that several times.
Chris, Sean talks about tickling the wires. What really goes into putting something like that into action?
This concept of tickling the wire. Usually it's more commonly done when the wire is less than productive, and you may be reaching a point where you need to cause something to happen that gets discussed on the wire. In a way, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword too, because if your plan to tickle the wire is flawed and the bad guys figure out what's going on, you're listening to them talk about how innocent they are and how they've done nothing wrong, and you're stuck with that. It's not something to be done lightly, and certainly it's not something that you could cross the line in any way that starts to move into that entrapment area that we strive to stay completely away from.
This entire investigation was almost stopped before it started due to something with a wiretap.
This is one of our favorite deleted scenes, actually.
So there was this order that needed to be faxed over to the phone company in order for the tech guys to get plugged in. We sent it across to this company, which turned out was located in Atlanta. I want to say within an hour, our phone rings from the phone company. It's like, I think we might have a problem. Turned out of all the phone companies out there, that Jacobson's current wife, was the administrative assistant to the person in charge, president or owner of that particular phone company. Her function was to go over to the fax every day, pull off these faxes. But fortunately for us, she had taken off that day. Somebody was sick in her family. She was off. And so we sent more than a few people from the Atlanta division. We found out all this stuff about, yes, she hasn't seen it. No, I have it. She's not going to see it. It's all good. So we're lucky on that particular set of circumstances, because before we got started, it could have been killed. God, I can imagine, like, what a big blow that would have been.
To quote Doug Matthews, how crazy bullshit is that?
As a supervisor, what is your reaction to that? Who do you blame? What's happening?
I blame Doug Matthews 100%. It's just these things. It's Murphy's Law. Something can go wrong, it will go wrong, and then even the outliers happen. And it kind of comes with cases. If you go through a whole case and things like this don't happen, well, all that means is that something happened and you weren't aware of it. Thank goodness in this case, we became aware of her being out that day. Had she taken it, who knows how we would have handled it. We dodged the bullet.
What would have happened if she actually would have received that?
If she was smart, she would have kept a low profile, processed it, and then told him. We would have been 10 days into the wire and had to shut it down because it would have been silent. He probably wouldn't have even gotten her phone. We would have figured it out, and we would have been forced into a very forward-leaning interview strategy, try to knock out some search warrants, cooperative witnesses. I mean, you got, at this point, 20, 30, 40 different winners, recruiters in the middle. Somebody's got to flip. It just would have been nearly as fun, and would have taken a long time.
This fax that went to the phone company where Jerry Jacobson's wife was working, there's no way that you could have predicted that. Or, I mean, I guess, like, in due diligence, you could have done research and learned about Jerry Jacobson's family, significant other, and found out that she worked at that company.
This is 2001. There is such a massive difference now between what you can gather online about subjects of cases and others, and what there was back in 2001. Yeah, in 2001 there was a few databases here and there that you would check, but a lot of this was phone calls and physical surveillance and things like that. So I would venture to say that had this case been going on today, the preliminary workup and the investigation into Jerry Jacobson through social media and things that are available now online, very well have disclosed that his wife was an employee at that phone company. I'm speculating. That's just such a fundamental difference between then and now.
Other isms do the FBI have? I mean, tickling the wire, when we first heard that, thought,
This sounds so awesome, like straight out of a movie.
What else you got?
It's good. I got to think about that. There's probably a whole book of them.
There's something you mentioned in the show, and we actually never really talk about it, but you mentioned a 302.
Yeah.
What is that?
The long and short of it is a report of an investigation. So you could be a victim. Let's say you've been a victim of a check fraud case. I come out, I interview you, and I take notes, and I come back, type up a report of an investigation, and it's a summary of that interview in a fair amount of detail. It's not a transcript per se, but it covers all the relevant facts. It identifies who spoke and where we were at the date and whatnot. A good FBI file has a lot of FD302s in it, a lot of interviews. It could also include, the service of a subpoena or a surveillance that's conducted. Really, anything we do should be documented on 302. There's a skill in writing that, and I think it's Doug will attest to. Early on in our relationship, I went through a lot of red pens on some of Doug's work products. He used to accuse me of bleeding all over him.
And I think you told us at one point Rick Dent, his 302s were the template that the FBI would follow almost.
Rick Dent really was the standard by which anybody in that office or any white collar agent, if you wanted to learn how to write a 302 on a white collar case, you could look at anything that Rick had written.
Doug's undercover operation was obviously something that was incredibly effective and everybody got behind. Did you ever have a chance to go undercover yourself?
What Doug did was, we would call it a cameo appearance. What that means is it's kind of a one-time, one or two times, very short duration appearance, as opposed to somebody else. It's a certified undercover agent. They go through an assessment. They go through a school that becomes a key part of what they do every day. So a one-time cameo, every FBI agent, most of them, do a little of that, one or two times here or there. They need somebody to kind of step in as an accountant for a day, or a meter reader, things like that. All kind of did a little bit of that.
Yeah, what were you?
It was a meter reader.
It's really?
Yeah. Go around every way to hang around a neighborhood without causing a lot of alarm.
Wow. So Shamrock Productions got started. I know you got a kick out of the name. Do you have any idea how that name came to be?
When Doug and Rick came to me with this idea of a production company to go out and record these winners and tell their story, we all thought it was a great idea, and they came up with the name Shamrock Productions, because you're just lucky. I don't know how Doug came up with that.
We were actually surprised to find out as well the origins of Shamrock Productions. Amy Marie, who was the marketing executive at McDonald's, actually had a great personal story, and this was one of the deleted scenes from the show.
Doug loved naming everything something with McDonald's. And so he named the production company Shamrock Productions after Shamrock Shakes. And that was really ironic for me because actually Shamrock Shakes are how I came to McDonald's. I'm from Philadelphia, and my dad used to work for the Philadelphia Eagles, whose colors are green and white. And so he had contacted McDonald's about doing a fundraiser to raise money for this house for terminally ill children. And Shamrock Shakes were the promotion at the time. So he's like, I'll give you players that have green jerseys on to promote this if you give some of the money to this house for terminally ill children to stay while they're being treated. And McDonald's said, we'll give you all the money of Shamrock Shakes if you call it the Ronald McDonald House. So it's sort of the whole start of the Ronald McDonald House story. So when Doug told me that he decided to name it Shamrock Productions, I was like, wow, that's unbelievable that you would pick that name.
With you guys working with an entity as large as McDonald's, what goes into that?
This was different because you had $1 billion company, a Fortune 100 company,
presumably as a victim. Usually in white collar cases, you have, the victim is the government programs are defrauded, or innocent people, elderly who were defrauded. And in this situation, a company like McDonald's, we had to be cognizant of their reputation, their brand. We understood early on that they had some potential legal exposure down the road from disgruntled folks here and there. We ultimately had to come into a partnership with them and tell them what we could without going overboard, and we kind of expected the same thing from them. We got a obviously critical cooperation and information. With them agreeing to work with you, it felt similar to what it took for them to agree to work with us on the documentary series. Why do you think they did it? When they say that we as a company needed to do this because it was the right thing to do, that we owed it to our customers, I absolutely believe that. That was a constant theme throughout our dealing with them. In that initial meeting, and there was always this outside possibility that somewhere within McDonald's there might have been somebody who knew of this or was part of it or was working, helping Jerry. They realized it. We realized it. The games made a lot of revenue for them. They were popular. It would make no sense for them to in any way arrange for winners not to be winners. So we put that aside pretty early, but there was always this on both sides, particularly their side. There'd be somebody inside that was involved. And fortunately for them and really everybody, that was not to be.
In this particular case, the decision to work with the FBI had to happen really quickly, like within a matter of days. And that's just not how they operate. But it was Jack Greenberg, who was the CEO at the time, really initiated this need to participate in the meeting.
The head of McDonald's security, Rob Hall, he was in the room in Jacksonville when you guys first laid everything out to him. He was a big proponent of, we should do this. Their decision of really almost to partner and help us and work with us in the case. Their understanding of our need to go into a proactive mode on the case and continue to do the wiretap and the undercover, that they had enough experience to see that, hey, without that, you've really got a quarter of a case that may or may not make it. And will leave a whole lot of questions unanswered, and culpable people may slip through. They understood that it was not a frivolous or over the top request, that there was a legitimate investigative and legal need to do it. All right. Well, thanks, Chris. This has been so great.
It's great to go back and relive it. So appreciate you guys giving me the chance.
And are you enjoying your retirement?
No. I miss it. Definitely miss it.
Thanks for taking the time. We're excited to see what you think about the rest of the series.
Yeah, likewise. I'm looking forward to it.
That's it for episode 1. That was a lot of fun. We're excited about next week's episode, where we introduce the criminal side of this story,
including how the mob got involved.
If you have any questions about this episode or any future episodes coming up, please contact us.
McMillionsPodcast@hbo.com. McMillions spelled with an S and not the $, which we have everywhere else on the internet and in the real world.
If you want to record your voice and email it, we can actually play your question on the show.
Don't forget to check out McMillions, airing Monday nights at 10 p.m. on HBO. And see you next week for episode 2 of the McMillions podcast.
This podcast was produced by FunMeter in conjunction with Unrealistic Ideas. For FunMeter, I am Brian Lazarte.
And I am James Lee Hernandez.
Joe Fenstemaker produced this episode. Our consulting producer is Barry Pickton from Pineapple Street Studios. The music heard here comes from our actual series and was composed by Bernard Tobrock.
Unrealistic Ideas is Mark Wahlberg, Stephen Levinson, and Archie Gibbs. And of course, none of this would be possible without the amazing support of HBO. You can find the McMillions podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, the HBO Go, and now apps, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Thanks so much for listening.
If you said to me to describe the story, I would say don't believe it, but it's true.
I can't even imagine somebody doing something like this.
It's also the perfect crime. Because sometimes the thing that's blatant right in front of your face is the thing you don't expect.
I was going to be $1 million winner.
I was game for something exhilarating.
From 1989 to 2001, there were almost no legitimate winners of the high-value game pieces in the McDonald's Monopoly game.
Jared told me, if you want a game piece, this is how it's done.
Hi, I'm James Lee Hernandez.
And I'm Brian Lazarte.
We are the executive producers and directors of the 6-part documentary series McMillions on HBO.
And this is the official McMillions podcast, episode 2.
Brian, give us a little rundown of what people saw on episode 2 of McMillions on HBO.
This was the first chance that we had to introduce everyone to the criminal side of the story. We met Marvin Braun, who is the stepbrother to Jerry Jacobson. We got to meet Robin Colombo, who is the wife of Jerry Colombo, and Frank Colombo, who is the brother of Jerry Colombo. We also got to understand the working relationship between the two Jerrys and learn a little bit about St. Jude's. This episode, we have a few things we're really excited to talk about. James, you want to tell everyone what we have?
So this episode, we are going to talk to our special in-studio guest, Robin Colombo. We're going to learn more about the Colombo side of the family, how the mafia got involved in this entire thing.
We'll let you guys know what Robin did to get kicked out of Jerry Colombo's parents' house.
Strict rules in the Colombo household. That's what we've learned.
I don't think people realize just how massive McDonald's is.
This game was so big that McDonald's sales went up about 30 to 40% every time they ran a Monopoly game. We heard about people who would work at a cup manufacturer, and they were excited about every time McDonald's ran this game because they could work overtime and make more money for Christmas gifts for their kids.
One of the things we wanted to really highlight in this episode was the degree of security that was illustrated by Simon Marketing and Dittler Brothers to protect the game piece.
Literally everything that this crime and this investigation revolves around is the game piece.
It has to do with the game.
It has to do with the game piece. I mean, they're not robbing a bank. They're not stealing people's cars. They're stealing a game piece that is worth something.
We looked at this game piece as a character, almost like an escape movie, right? Like a prison escape movie. Like, how in the world does this one prisoner escape this impenetrable fortress? Like Shawshank Redemption. Like, how did this thing happen? How did this get out from the Fort Knox that was created to protect it? And we always found that fascinating, and hopefully we were able to get that point across in this episode.
Ryan, what did you think when Robin first walked out of her bedroom? What was that like for you?
When we first got there, we didn't see her right away, right? She was in her room. So someone else answered the door, and there was just a giant plume of smoke in the living room. And this apartment was literally maybe 10 by 12. I mean, it was teeny tiny.
Yeah, we had to move the TV out of her place so we could fit our cameras in there.
I mean, she kind of had that rock star persona of like, I'm not going to greet you at the door and then get ready. It's like, I'm doing my thing. I need my space. And when I'm ready, I'll come out.
She did come out and got on stage. We sat and talked to her for an entire day that first time, and we could have kept going. It just her, not just the story she has, but the way she tells the story is just so fascinating.
But then my Jerry, received a phone call that Uncle Dominic died.
How did that?
You don't really talk about that.
Joining us now is Robin Colombo, the wife of Jerry Colombo. So you had a chance to watch episode 2. What'd you think?
Actually, I was surprised at a few things. It was very tasteful. I gotta hand it to you.
Thank you. It's a big deal for us. It's your life and your story, and we really wanted to do it justice.
Well, you did. Other than wearing red on red. On a red couch with a red dress.
That's one of our favorite things. It's actually legendarily known as the Red Interview.
It was a good choice. It was a good choice.
I'm serious. When I see you looking at it's all black.
Your interview, everyone that's ever seen it is like, I just want to hang out with Robin. Like, she just seems so fun to be around. Yeah, it's something we've heard a lot.
Get out of here. Thank you. I didn't expect that.
When you first lock eyes with Jerry Colombo, are you just looking at this relationship? You're not thinking about his family and how did that relationship go?
Well, I know I wasn't thinking about the family at all. I was actually just thinking of him, just like my protector, my hero. Until now, until now we go to Uncle Tommy's restaurant, Italian restaurant, mind you. I find out later is a front, and you're not supposed to send people there to eat, like I was doing. My back is to the window, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think anything of it. And after he sits down, he says, I don't like to sit with my back to a window in restaurants. And thinking, yeah, really? And I'm like, why? Because you never know. Get shot. I'm like, well, what the hell? Am I your buffer for a bullet?
You were his bodyguard.
Yeah, right? Little me. Because I was so tiny. I was like, I think I was like size 5'6".
What was it like to be married to Jerry?
A roller coaster. It was a roller coaster ride because there were so many ups and downs and not knowing and what's going to be next. And at times it was very glamorous. I think a lot of people glamorize the mob, to be honest with you. Unless they've actually lived it, they do glamorize it. And believe it or not, there's more women out there that like that type of man. They like the bad boys. There's some mystery and intrigue there, I was dating a federal agent at the time, and I quickly left him and went to Jerry.
And before that federal agent, you were also dating somebody else who was quite famous, right?
Alan Collins of Skinner?
Right.
Yeah, we dated. The last time I seen Alan, well, we had broke up. A few things had happened, so, I just kind of went my own way. And 3 months later, he was in a bad car accident where the girl died, and he was crippled. So, yeah, and I seen him the last time I seen him. He came into the bar and restaurant that I was managing in his wheelchair, and it was so sad to see because he was a great guitar player, awesome. But it was funny when we were dating, we were laying around. I don't care if the radio was on and their music came on the radio. I mean, he would literally jump over me to get to the radio to turn it up to have me listen to some lick. I'm like, okay, I don't know what a lick is.
You know what a lick is now?
I do. On the guitar, yes, I do.
So what did all these men in your life have in common? The guitar player from Leonard Skinner, the federal agent, and Jerry Colombo.
Famous, bad boys, money.
Yeah, that works on me too.
There was so much that you didn't know about Jerry, your husband,
I did.
he had acquired a black Corvette from a famous R&B singer who we can't name because they happen to still be alive. We have a little snippet of what we took out of that episode.
He owed the mom money, so we gave up his car. So my husband went and picked it up. Jerry had it for months, and he honestly didn't take care of it by putting oil or whatever. As soon as he did that, it was time for him to do an insurance job. And it miraculously blew up in our driveway. Hey, it worked. He got a $13,000 check a couple weeks later. It almost sounded like bragging about it or something. And I really wasn't. I didn't want to know, but he let me know. See, that's the thing about him. A lot of times I would say, don't let me know. He would tell me anyway. And I couldn't shut him up. So it was too late. I knew.
You left him to his own devices on stuff like that.
I did. I didn't even want to know about that. I made him take me to a hotel, so I didn't have to even watch it be done. And we came home the next day. He picked me up and brought me home. And the car, all it was obviously a frame and ashes. The police or whatever, the fire department had to come and they had to tape all around it and do their investigation. And Jared's, I call him Jared, he says, come on with me. I said, who? Because they'll see it all over my face. You know, you can lie. I can't lie. And I looked out the kitchen window. He had those men eating out of his hand, showing them ways that could have been blown up. Like, here's a cigarette butt over here. Hey, here's the word walk. Because we were in the South and he's from New York. You would just love to hang around with him because his personality demands attention. When he walks into a room, you feel his presence, his energy is always uplifting, positive. It was amazing the chemistry he and I had. I could never picture him harming anyone because he was such a teddy bear with me.
But yet you knew he might have.
Yeah.
Look at this athleticism. This is incredible agility.
It was usually at the casinos, and so I really didn't picture him out harming anyone. I pictured him running the casinos.
Frank Colombo, his younger brother, I know you guys didn't really cross paths too much. You sort of did your own thing. He had the same feelings about his brother regarding humor.
Okay, so there's actually a clip that goes along with this.
My name is Frank Colombo. I'm Jerry Colombo's younger brother. I always looked up to my brother. He was a fantastic guy. Always had the fancy cars. And I was like, wow, this is great. He was my protector. Nobody messed with his family. No one messed with his little brother. When I was young, I was only like 140 pounds, soaking wet. Really short, little skinny kid. When we first moved down here in 1986, I was a freshman in high school. Some kids were picking on me. I was a new kid, kid left New York, and no one knew who I was. Well, my brother shows up at the high school with 2 or 3 guys. They pull up, they have Cadillacs in the front. Walks into the cafeteria. Well, everyone's having lunch. You got 750 kids all having lunch together. So my brother goes in the middle of the lunchroom. He's like, hey, if anyone messes with my little brother, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to bust your legs open. And everyone's like, oh my God, who is this guy? And everyone's just all quiet and listening. And then the very next day, everyone. Frank, it don't bother you, Frank? It don't bother you? Let me know. Let me know. I'll take care of you. I mean, the biggest guys in high school are all watching. And after that, especially, no one ever.
Oh my God, that sounds like Jerry. Wow. Oh, that is too cute. I'm glad you played that for me. Yeah, that's exactly Jerry. As a matter of fact, he did that to my hairdresser, unfortunately.
Really? What did he do?
Well, I mean, they didn't threaten her per se, but he and a couple of goons, because her and I were going to go to lunch together. I told him this, and I did not know that he and two other guys wouldn't pay her a visit, and told her that she would not, in fact, be going out to lunch with me. So when I went to get my hair done again, she told me that, Robin, I can't do your hair anymore. Your husband and two of his guys came in here and threatened me. And I'm like, oh my God. I said, he's not going to hurt you, I promise. And she was like, no, that's okay. You need to find another hairdresser. I go home. Jerry's at home. And I'm livid. I get in his face. Well, he has to sit down for me to get in his face. So I have him sit down. Then I get in his face. And I'm freaking out. I'm going off and blah, 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 you know. And how dare you, you know. And I said, no, this isn't one of them things that we laugh at. You threatened my haircut. This is serious. He did not take that serious. He really did not see any harm in doing that. He thought he was just making sure I was not going to go out with her, you know, meet any people, period. I was never, ever in fear for myself. Never. Well, except for one time. But anyway, it's another story.
The Colombo crime family is very well known, and married Jerry and became part of that. But what was it like being inside of a family like that?
Oh, suffocating. I love them though, okay? Okay, wait. I love them now. I've loved them more than I haven't. There's been some knockdown dragouts where I didn't ever want to speak to them again, and I didn't speak to them. I made Jerry, he could talk to his family all he wanted, just leave me out of the family and his family life. It was crazy. It was like straight out of Sicily. I couldn't believe it. It was definitely a different lifestyle.
When we talked to you, you told us about some rules.
And here is a little something that we weren't able to put in the show, and we thought we would love to share with you here.
Because I didn't always follow the rules. I got in an argument with Jerry's parents. I didn't let them tell me what to do or how to raise my kid or do whatever. Well, they're old school, and if you do not name the firstborn son after the father-in-law, it's total disrespect. Well, my husband wanted a junior, and I said, okay, you want a junior? It's going to be Gennaro Colombo Jr. Well, they disowned him. And when I seen that, I saw the hurt in my husband. And so I went to him and I said, if you're going to get disowned over a name, we'll name him Francisco Gennaro Colombo. As soon as we did it, everything was great. Things like that shouldn't be important. So these rules really start to piss me off. I mean, this is even one thing I was told by his father, that if my boy's hair gets long, they're not allowed on my property. I'm like, what? Really? So I told Jerry, I said, figure out if you want to. Then it turned into a full
so I see not a picture anymore. But they could get tattoos. What else was it? We were celebrating a birthday, and I smoked a cigarette on the way to their house, right? And Mr. Colombo, he smelled it on me, and they started speaking Italian. And then Jerry raised his voice to him, and he said, "Robin, let's get out of here right now." So he goes, my dad said you weren't allowed on the property because you smoked cigarettes. I'm like, really? I said, wait, you kill people, but you can't smoke cigarettes. He started laughing. I'm sorry. Oh my God.
Why are you laughing at that?
Because it's still so ludicrous to me. Those rules, they're still the same rules. But yeah, they just had so many rules. That was their life. And then, being a good Sicilian wife that Mai is, she waits on him hand and foot. It's coffee. She cooks all day. Just whatever you can picture a Sicilian mother, wife doing, that's what she does. And she's very good at it, mind you. She's a very great cook. And I looked over at Jerry and I said, you know you're not getting that from me, right? Yeah, I know. Because Jerry cooked better than I did. No, I really don't even cook.
You do still smoke.
Actually, I've cut down on it.
That's good.
I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I have.
Well, good for you.
I get more comfortable.
With the smoking and with you rebelling against Jerry Colombo's parents, Mom, Pop,
Oh, yeah.
what drives you to do that?
I was trying to show them that Jerry was his own man, had his own family now. That they did not run him anymore like that. And they didn't run all the families.
So you were trying to prove a point.
Right. I was standing up for me and my husband. Different environment. He was raised with body. Have kids over to their house. They couldn't give out their telephone numbers to friends. And I felt sorry for them. He couldn't have any pets. They were guard dogs. It was just crazy. They wanted our life to be their life, I guess. But I was the most rebellious against them.
You're marrying into a new family. What did they think of the fact that you already had a daughter?
Because Jerry and I were already living together, they could tell that he was determined. They knew Jerry and I were very much in love. To not accept my daughter, I would have left him. Yeah. Just because she didn't live with us, that was her choice. She always had the option to live with us. But she was stuck with her girlfriends in Jacksonville. See, I didn't have that option. I grew up with a Navy father. We moved every 2 years. So I was used to moving around.
What was your relationship with your dad and with your parents like compared to the Colombo family?
Wow, it was like day and night. Mrs. Colombo dotes over her children with love and affection and waits on them hand and foot. Where my mother was not affectionate whatsoever. I found out later in life that she was never taught to be affectionate, so she did not know how to show affection. My dad, he was stern, a military man. But once the grandkids started coming, he softened up.
As we were sharing with you episode 2, one of the things that we wanted to be mindful of was this might be the first time that you'd seen your father, Buddy Fisher,
Oh, God.
in quite some time. And I don't know if you even knew that we had gotten that footage from the FBI. What was it like to see your father in that situation?
It was very hard. It was hard because I've lost him. He's not with us anymore. And my dad being the mother and approach kind of man, high up in the military, never breaking the law. That's why he was sweating so much. He didn't know how to lie. I felt terrible for him. I just wanted to give him a big hug.
Yeah, it's such a difficult thing because
Look at the West Side King.
They're looking at getting evidence. They're doing whatever they can for the case, and they don't realize fully what's going on. Even at the time, they were working all this out, getting all this information.
Just gathering evidence. It was very hard to watch, but I watched it. It was good to see him. I'll say that. To hear his voice, because I lost him in 08.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, thank you. Hopefully he's in a better place, because he was never the same after that.
Like he was never the same.
No, he was never the same after getting caught. No, he wasn't. That took years off his life, because being such man of his country, being in the military, intelligence in the military, and to go from that to being a convicted felon, he never thought that would ever happen in his lifetime. So when he did call me for that ticket, I assumed he must really need it. What are you going to do to your father? Of course I'm going to give it to him. I'd give it to anybody I love if they ask me for it. Being the black sheep of the family, that I could come to his rescue. God, literally, I would give up $1 million for my father, and I did.
How did your father know what you were up to?
Because I tell him.
Like, take us back to that day. Like, you just called him up and say, hey, Dad, by the way, that McDonald's Monopoly game.
Oh, no, nothing like that. No, actually, Jerry approached my father the first time, and I didn't know he did. And he told me, and I went off on him. I said, what the hell do you think you're doing? You're not my family. They're nothing like your family. They don't do this kind of crap. He goes, forget about it, Robin, He said no. He said, so that's that. And I'm like, yeah, I would imagine he said no. I said, leave him alone. And so when I got that phone call, you can best believe I was very surprised.
How much time had passed since Jerry Colombo had gone to your dad and first talked to him about it?
You know what? I would say maybe a year.
Oh, wow, so it was a good amount of time.
Yeah, absolutely. So something must have happened with my father and finances. My mother was very materialistic. Must have happened for him to take on that. And as you guys saw the video, he wasn't a very good liar.
Yeah, and a person that doesn't usually have something to hide is not a good liar.
No. Jerry, on the other hand, he could lie. Oh my God! And you would know the truth, and you would almost believe him. He was so good. I mean that in a loving way. Okay, I'm not bashing him. I do mean that in a loving way. So sweet.
He had that charm.
LOL.
But what did you think when your Jerry Colombo, first mentioned this whole thing to you?
Okay, he called me from New York, and he told me that Uncle Dominic introduced him to this guy that was in charge of this thing. To him, this thing was a job, to do a job, anything, He just called it the thing. And if it was a good thing, he would help me tutti frutti, sono juicy. And that was code for everything is great. Everything is wonderful.
Oh my God, I gotta take a shit. but it's like coming out. Let's see some.
Started to be involved with this opportunity you guys saw. You had a chance to meet Jerry Jacobson. Talk with him frequently. How often would you revolve the girls?
Oh, almost like daily, every other day at least. They did other things together. They worked together.
They work together. How so?
Well, I don't know everything because I didn't want to know everything. Sometimes he would go into his office and talk, and sometimes he would be in the kitchen, and I would hear them talking in the background about stuff. It wasn't about the phenomenon. They didn't discuss phenomenon.
At least not all the time.
Yeah, I don't think he ever really discussed it.
You would talk with Jerry Jacobson sometimes.
Jerry wasn't home.
What was that like? Did you guys have good conversations?
We did.
Did you become friends?
I like to think we did.
What was Jerry Jacobson like?
He was very quiet.
So it's someone who you've got around them when you talk to them. You feel like they're peacefully under control with pulling the strings on everything going on.
Yes. It's a presence. Everything's out.
Did he ever bring you guys a rack of ribs?
Actually, no. He and my husband fixed an Italian dish together in the kitchen.
What was this?
I don't even remember the name of it. Not me or myself. It's not a regular dish.
But they cook together in your kitchen.
Yes, they did. I did. I was on the patio having
So we've heard that Jerry Colombo, your husband, was also very generous too. And assuming that he was bringing in all kinds of money from various sources, have any idea how much money he had saved for the bank?
No, I don't.
How many days do you think that your husband, Jerry Corbo, distributed?
I'm sure there's more. I
Rob, we're getting close to the end. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
love having you guys.
Well, I am half Italian, so that helps.
This has been great, and stay healthy.
My daughter and I are doing juicy cleansings and all that stuff.
Well, it sounds like you've got 9 lives, and hopefully you're only on the first couple.
Robin, thank you again so much. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you guys.
Talk to you, and we'll talk to you soon. Now, Brian is on tap for episode 3.
We have a chance to Gloria Brown, one of the winners, and we're going to talk about really incredible is this venture that Jerry Colombo got involved in. Yeah, incredible indeed. Next week, we're going to be answering listener questions. So if you have any questions, James, how do you write it?
You can send us an email at McMillionsPodcast@hbo.com. That's McMillions with an S, not a $. Don't forget to check out McMillions airing Monday nights at 10 p.m. on HBO. And see you next week for episode 3 on the McMillions Podcast.
This podcast is produced by Funmeter in conjunction with Unrealistic Ideas. For Funmeter, I'm Brian Lazarte.
And I'm James Lee Hernandez.
Joe Benson produced this episode. Our consulting producer is Barry Finkel from Pineapple Street Studios. The music you heard here comes from our actual series. It was composed by Nara Cooper.
Unrealistic Ideas is Mark Wahlberg, Steve Levinson, and Archie Gibbs. And of course, none of this is possible without our fantastic partners at HBO. You can find the McMillions Podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, the HBO Go, and Now apps, or wherever you get your podcasts. We'll see you next week for episode 3.
Thanks for listening.
He said to me to describe the story of his history. I can't even imagine somebody doing something like this.
It's also very crime. Because sometimes the thing that's blatant right in front of your face is the thing you don't expect.
I was going to be $1 million winner.
Something exhilarating.
From 1989 to 2001, there were almost no legitimate winners of the high-value game cases in McDonald's Monopoly.
Jared told me, if you want a game piece, this is about spec.
Hi, I'm James Lee Hernandez.
And I'm Brian Lazarte.
We are the executive producers and directors of McMillions, a documentary series on HBO.
And this is the official Millions Podcast, episode 3.
I'm really excited about this episode because we will have on the show Gloria Brown, one of the $1 million winners and friend of Robin Colombo. We'll also have some deleted scenes from the show. And we'll also be able to answer some of your questions that you emailed in to us. Before we get to any of that, let's recap this week's episode.
So episode 3 kicked off with Gloria Brown in 2001, getting pulled into a Shamrock Productions reunion of the winners.
We also learned more about Jerry Colombo and his expansion of this entire scene that included flight attendants in Casano.
We talked about the Fuzzy Bunny and eventually the Church of Fuzzy Bunny, which really blew our minds.
Absolutely unbelievable that happened in real life. And then the episode ended with a car crash.
One of the things that we've talked about quite a bit was how to establish point of view and to really use point of view to help us illustrate the challenges that each of these people and each, whether it was the FBI, whether it was a winner, were going through at the time. And seeing Gloria's story initially from the point of view of the FBI, and then flipping it at the end of the episode to hear her point of view, would really illustrate what she was going through and what the FBI was going through. When you watch her in front of the FBI lying,
I know personally when I first saw that footage, you start to think, oh my God, this person's lying, they're a criminal, maybe they're still in jail. You don't really know. And once we were able to meet her and understand, she ended up getting roped into something much larger than she ever expected.
It was pretty eye-opening. We wanted to spend a great deal of time with her to really understand what she was going through.
Yes, this case seems like it can be a victimless crime, and there are very funny things that happen within it, but also this is an actual criminal case that people's lives were changed forever by this, and we wanted to show just how real all this can be.
The FBI doesn't focus on the personal background and decision making behind these criminals. It's, did you commit a crime, and how did you commit that crime? And the details of what Gloria went through really have never been out there. This was something that many of the federal agents who have actually watched this episode have now come up to us and said, we had no idea.
Dude, the fans doing the thing.
When I first
You gonna be Wonder Twin powered?
I thought to myself, it was a blessing that came knocking at my door. And I was going to church, I was trying to do the right thing, and my son was young. I was making about $24,000 a year. Contacts and stuff like that. And just wanted a better life, and I just felt like this was my opportunity. This didn't come to me. It wasn't meant to be.
Gloria, thanks for joining us. Hey, how you doing? We invited you to come to the Sundance Film Festival where we premiered the first 3 episodes of the series, and we came Mark Deborah, who was a federal prosecutor, also came along with Chris Graham, who was the squad chief. It was really incredible to see all you guys together. I mean, first of all, what was Sundance like for you?
Really nervous, but after meeting everybody, it kind of made the experience more memorable.
When we first were talking about premiering there, we asked you if you wanted to see the episode in advance. You said you didn't. Can you tell us again why you didn't want to see it before it actually screened?
Well, talking to you guys for the first time about the detail, purging part. I didn't know how I was going to react once I actually saw it all put together. My thing is, I didn't want to see it, and then if something I didn't like about it, or something ain't right, I didn't want to be thinking about it all.
That's understandable.
My first thought was I was going to be really emotional about it, but it's so easy to actually enjoy listening to it.
We tried to talk to you for a while, and logically said no. And then you finally agreed to meet us at Cracker Barrel. What did you think when you first sat down?
Oh yeah, girl.
My first thought was I was not going to do it. I was going to see what you had to say. And
It's those chicken and dumplings, girl.
Robin connected me again. I didn't want to be involved because it might be trouble. And thirdly, I just didn't want to go through it. I just didn't want to talk about it. I had never told anybody any details of how I feel. And I never shared it or any of that. I shared it with you guys. We sat down and just talking so smooth. Seemed to have some caring activity that was obvious to me. And I just decided to rethinking. This might be the time that if they're going to tell the story, figure out what I went through.
Right, because no one else knew.
No one else knew. Even though I was having hot flashes, very nervous. I was shaking like a leaf on a tree. I said, okay, am I going to make another bad decision or what? You know, I needed to know, should I even do this? Or is it worth it? Or don't get anything out of it. What's the point? But the point was to me, you never know how many people are being scammed. You know, a lot of people don't recognize what's happening. I beat myself up all these years because I made it dumb. I thought I was smarter than that. I got a college degree, got the social work. I wouldn't take a chance on nothing like that, but I did. So, the story needs to be told, and people are going to assume I need to tell the whole story so that they can have a better picture of what really happened.
Well, I mean, obviously, we're so glad that you did. It really does illustrate how, even with college education, even with the right mind that you felt that you were in at the time, how easy it is for people to get roped into a scam, and how many people wanted to win this game.
It's something that we ourselves growing up, everybody wanted to win, and if you had that chance, you had a lot of people would be in a similar situation. We talk about your relationship with Robin Colombo, obviously in the episode, but something we always wanted to talk about a little more is how did you and Robin actually meet?
Robin and I met through a mutual friend of mine. This person was actually renting my first small home, and that's how I met her, just in conversation with tenant her.
And that first impression you had of Robin had been?
My first impression during that time I was with a social worker and sitting and talking with her, I realized that she needed some LOVE, love. She was going through family hardships. That's my nature. I take people and try to fix them.
Before all the Monopoly thing and all that, you actually had a stroke of luck winning something else.
You told us about this when we sat down with you. It's actually one of the deleted scenes from the show.
The city of Jacksonville was helping families become independent. I fell in the category of low income. Well, the first house I got kind of like a lot. Put your name in the barrel, around City Hall. My name got 13. I mean, people were trying to house $2. But because my credit was decent and I could get a loan to fix it up, they eliminated all the people in front because they had bad credit. I'm saying to myself, God is good. You got a chance. You went down. The first month, I think, somebody broke in our house, stole everything. Bars all to the windows, to the back door. And then we used to always hear shooting 1 block down. People get killed. It was just a bad neighborhood, but I mean, I couldn't pass that up for that price. When I got my second house, I had to make a fast move. I caught it in foreclosure. No one had lived in it for 2 years. And I moved in the old regular house that I got to fix up. With no curtains, no refrigerator, no nothing. Made it work. It's a nice area to live in compared to where went on up. So my goal was just keep myself going. Terry Colombo and said, well, she's a go-getter. She got 2 houses. She's about to get her hands on it.
Hearing that now, what are you thinking about? You had won the house. Probably never thought that you were actually going to be picked.
Once I got my opportunity, really, I tried to do my best.
Look at this athleticism. Much price for shit, bro.
On May 25th, 1988, Richard Koplinski was convicted of multiple murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. This ended 30 years of cold-blooded killing by a masked criminal police called the Iceman.
Richard Koplinski is one of the most dangerous criminals we have ever come across in this state. He murdered by guns, he murdered by strangulation, he murdered by putting poison on victims' food. He did all of this at the same time while exhibiting a normal, placid family existence. His wife, his children were uninvolved in criminal activities. Yet, we are faced with convicting evidence of numerous grisly murders.
Approximate guess. Approximate. I don't have a feeling one way or the other. I think if I had a choice, I would.
following program is based on 17 hours of an interview conducted under maximum security in Trenton State. Law enforcement officials allowed our cameras unprecedented access in an attempt to uncover details of various unsolved crimes. It was also hoped that the interview would help to penetrate the mind of Richard Kuklinski, a mind made for murder.
When I was out on the street to do something, I carried 3 guns. And I had a Derringer in each pocket.
I teach you that it was she saw. Don't you never look no way on. Run it out and I'll kiss you, girls. Give the man no shade.
It all depends how it came
Give
about.
the man no shade to know me. Give the man no shade to know me. Pick me up, we cross the wall. Rock the girl and push up bra. Bend down and all and fall the leg, yo, back, yo, back. Anywhere I say so long.
Came alongside him.
And with the bed, I
He
say
shot the shotgun and took his head off. He never saw the green light.
with the bed,
Saw the shotgun.
so long.
It was very, as a matter of fact, when it happened, it surprised me. I expected the man to die, but it really surprised me when it was took his head off. So, something I didn't expect.
Richard Kuklinski is not a serial killer. He's not a drug-crazed wild man running around with a machine gun. He's not a person that is driven by perverse sexual desires. He doesn't drink. He doesn't gamble. All of these things,
Okay,
which
so what do you
many
think?
persons that are involved in killing and murders often
Do
are motivated
more?
by. Richard Kuklinski instead is nothing more than a predator on human beings.
How many?
His motivation is greed,
100 billion.
and his method of murder is very varied, very extreme.
You could put it in liquid form. You could, a person could say, for instance, a person could be in a bar. You bump into possibly by mistake, or say you were intoxicated and spill a drink on them and leave. Everybody just looks around and thinks you're drunk, or that you just had an accident or something. And meanwhile, it's soaking through their clothes into their pores and into their system. And eventually, they'll die.
Wow.
I've been in a restaurant where we were eating, and the guy went to the bathroom. And when I was in the bathroom, they put a little boost in his food. And he was rushed to the hospital after that. And he died. And they buried him. I'm not exactly sure what they put on, what they attributed his death to. But it wasn't homicide.
Somewhere, and I don't know where, he picked up on cyanide poisoning as being a good way, a good, quick way to kill somebody. It's such a good way to kill somebody that that's the gas that's used in gas chambers. I mean, cyanide in a gas fed form, which is similar to cyanide in a BE form, kills very quickly. It kills faster than arsenic, faster than strychnine, and it's hard to detect
if the person, if it isn't specifically looked for, he murdered sometimes months apart, years apart. He used different methods. He would go so far as to plan in his crimes the actual deceit of law enforcement. By that I mean, he would on occasion murder someone, cut their body, wrap them in layer after layer of plastic bags and material, and then deposit the body many, many miles from the murder scene.
The thing disposed of something, you throw it away. You throw it anywhere. It all depends. If you don't want it found, or if you want it found. If you want it found, it doesn't matter. You just leave it there. If you don't want it found, you can take it somewhere. You could bury it. You could put it in a big drum. You put it in the trunk of a car and have it crushed. You leave it in town, put it on a park bench. I mean, you can put it anywhere you want. They found a few people sitting on park benches, I'm sure. As a matter of fact, I know they have. No murders, nothing. I don't think about it. That's why it's hard for me to tell you. Like, in order for me to be able to tell you when something happened, I have to think about why, when. If I think about it, it would wind up hurting me. So I don't think about it. If I had a choice, and of course you had already said to me we don't have a choice. Maybe we don't. At the time I didn't see it. But if I could have, I would like to be different than what I am. I would have liked to be different than what I was, yes. It would be better. It would have been better for me. I would have liked to have a better outlook on life. But I can't change yesterday.
Richard Kuklinski was born April 11, 1935, in a low-income public housing project in Jersey City. His father was a brakeman for the railroad, and his mother worked in a meat packing plant.
I didn't like my mom. She would beat me just because she felt like to get my attention, I guess. You would think nothing of coming in and smacking you. Yeah, basically. You just come in and give you a whooping for no reason whatsoever. And my mother was cancer. She would destroy everybody. She thought I took too long to do something. She hesitated to give me a swat here and there. And she didn't just use her hand, she would hit me with a broomstick or something like that. It hurt. As a matter of fact, she broke the broom on me more than once.
Richard's mother believed that harsh discipline at home should go hand in hand with a rigid religious education.
I was raised Catholic. She was strict as far as the religion goes. I went to my mother. We went to Catholic grammar school, and we were raised with the Catholic belief. I was even an altar boy, but during the course of my life, I don't really believe it. It's just the way it happened. Didn't mean it to happen that way, but it just happened.
When his father abandoned the family, Richard, a skinny, timid young teenager, was left to fend for himself. He was an easy target for street gangs, but by the time he was 16, things began to change.
When I was a young man, I found out that if you hurt somebody, they'll leave you alone. Good guys do finish last. When I tried to leave everybody alone, just do my own thing, everybody just wanted to hurt me. Until one day I just decided, well, I've had enough of this picking. And I went upstairs and I took a bar, which the clothes used to hang on in the closet. And I went back downstairs, and there were like 6 young men, still figuring they were gonna mess with my head, and we went to war. To their surprise, I was no longer taking the beating, I was giving it. And that's when I learned that it was better to give than to receive. I've been known to hurt people for no reason. If you check out my background as I came up, I could be anywhere, and if somebody really hated me, I would think that's what hit them with a cue stick. And the only thing they might have done was made me feel bad, or challenge my authority at the time.
Kuklinski's reputation as a tough guy with a hair-trigger temper grew. By the time he was 18, the abused had become the abuser. It wasn't long before he committed his first murder.
I got into a fight in a bar. We got into an argument, a fight. And I hit him with a cue stick. A few too many times. And he died. I felt very bad. Very, very bad. I was upset. I didn't mean to do it, actually. But surprisingly, I felt sadness. After a while, I felt something else. I didn't feel sad. It was sad along with some sort of a rush that I had control. If you mess with me, I guess if you mess with me, I'll hurt you.
By the time he'd reached his 20s, Kuklinski had become a petty crook and pool hustler. Then his life changed. In 1960, he met a pretty 19-year-old girl named Barbara Pedrin.
He was absolutely flowers at the door every day, and considerate and romantic, and all of the things that anybody could hope for, dream for. He bought me beautiful things. We went fun places. He was happiest when we were together. He was happiest when just he and I were together.
He and Barbara had 3 children. But with just an 8th grade education, he could only get low-paying jobs that didn't pay enough to support his growing family.
I didn't have the capability of getting a better paying job. I was going to push a yacht truck the rest of my life. Make a medium amount of money. I couldn't afford it. 1 child, let alone 3.
He went to work at a film lab, where he began to pirate pornographic films and sell them to outside sources connected to the Gambino crime family. This connection led to other criminal activities, and it wasn't long before he went from being a small-time hood to a big-time killer. He worked as a hitman and associated with a gang that worked out of the notorious Gemini Lounge in Brooklyn. Above the lounge was a mafia killing factory. where victims were killed and dismembered. Hacked bodies were packaged in plastic bags and carted away. Kuklinski was the perfect enforcer. He was brutal and he knew how to intimidate. If people owed money, they either paid up or paid with their lives.
Most people paid their bills. Something. I remember one guy, he was owed a lot of money. I consider a lot of money. He hit me. He thought he could hide behind the door. It was a nice door, expensive door. Anyway, most people don't realize that when you come to answer a door, if there's light in the background, the person on the outside can look through the peephole and see the guy coming to the door. So he came to the door, asked who it was, and he looked through the peephole. He never saw him.
For Richard Kuklinski, murder had become a way of life, and the macabre became the commonplace.
Chainsaw. Cut someone up? Yes. I've done that. To dismember them, yes. Not to kill them.
What was it like to cut somebody up? The guy's dead. How did it feel to cut some guy up with a chainsaw?
Well, I didn't have any feeling one way or the other. Just that's the way it had to be.
Messy.
Yes. Yes, it was. I've had requests where the guy wanted the guy's tongue cut out. And he also wanted his tongue put in his rear end. So I believe it was a definite point he wanted to get across. I haven't experienced that. I don't know if I should tell you. It might probably would offend a lot of people. I don't know. I don't think I should go into that. Yeah, it's not a good one. It was a man who was begging and pleading and praying, I guess. And he was pleased God and all over the place. So I told him he could have a half hour to pray to God. And if God could come down and change the circumstances, he'd have that time. But God never showed up. And he never changed the circumstances. That was that.
This guy's ice cold.
It wasn't too nice. That's one thing I shouldn't have done that one. I shouldn't have done it that way.
By 1970s, between his illegal activities and contract killings, he was becoming a wealthy man. He now lived in an expensive home in a middle-class neighborhood with his wife and 3 children.
What did you charge for? If I hit somebody, I wouldn't hit him for peanuts. I'd like to have some money. I say if I were to do somebody, I want at least 5 figures. And at least up in the half, not the lower half of the 5 figures.
Kuklinski kept his criminal life secret from his family and neighbors. He told them he was a businessman. No one knew his business was murder.
We were perfect. My children were never in trouble. We were perfect. We were the all-American family. I mean, we had what seemed to be the perfect life. They were wonderful times. And time with his family was the only thing that he was really concerned about. If he never had to leave the house, he would have loved it. He hated to have to travel. He hated to go away. He came back as soon as he can. He wanted to be home all the time. He wanted to be with us all the time.
I enjoyed that way of life. I felt I had achieved something. I very seldom left the house unless I had to, because I felt secure in the house. I felt very secure. I tried to provide the best for them as I knew how. Might not have been the right way to go, but it was for me the only way. I tried to never let anything touch the house. I brought nobody there. My family was not exposed to anybody. I wanted to show them the good side of life, not the bad side.
Richard had a very, very sad childhood. You got the impression, or I knew because he would like say something and then drop and change the subject, that he was abused and that there was no love. He grew up absolutely without any love, without a doubt. I mean, the first Christmas with my family, he was in awe. He couldn't believe it. It was a tree, and everyone was cooking special things, and there was lots of people laughing, and it was fun. And he kept saying, "I can't believe that this is what happens."
It was a Jekyll and Hyde existence. The way it was, the way I wanted it to be, were absolutely two different lives. I wanted one life. I had to have another life.
This other life would interrupt one Christmas Eve. While his family was celebrating the holidays, Kuklinski left his home to collect on a bad debt. Business was business, even on Christmas Eve.
The man owed me money. He gave me a runaround. I told him I wasn't happy that he wasn't going to pay me. He had the attitude that nobody could hurt him. I think he was wrong. Anyway, he never saw Christmas. What did you use? A gun. Extremely loud inside of a car. Matter of fact, my ears were ringing for a long time.
What'd you do afterwards?
I walked away, got in my car, and went home. I put toys together for the kids for Christmas. I saw the broadcast while I was putting the toys together. It came down. Mob-related killing. That was the first time I knew I was mob-related.
How'd you feel?
I was annoyed I couldn't get the damn wagon together.
I never questioned him, and you just knew, don't do it, don't ask. If he got up at 2 o'clock in the morning or during dinner and put on his shoes and walked out the door, he said bye. He didn't say, where are you going or why are you going? And it was just understood that that's the way it was. He was very private. You only knew what he wanted you to know.
By the 1980s, after 25 years of working as a hitman for the mob, Richard Kuklinski became the head of his own crime ring. He developed new ways to profit from murder. The case of Paul Hoffman was typical of the way he operated. On the afternoon of April 29th, 1982, Hoffman arrived at a warehouse leased by Kuklinski. Like numerous victims of the Iceman, he had been set up for a phony business deal.
Paul Hoffman was a pharmacist. He was looking for a quick buck. He was out to purchase a drug called Tagamet, which was at the time a wonder drug for ulcers. And he felt that if he could purchase a large quantity of this Tagamet at a very low price, that he could indeed make a huge profit on that. And that was the alleged deal that he had with Richard Kuklinski.
When Paul Hoffman showed up to buy the Tagamet, he was carrying $25,000 in cash.
He took the bag, the door opened it, showed me a whole mess of money, mess of cash. He said, look, I got the money right here. And he came back. He says, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? How am I going to get this merchandise? I put the gun under his chin, and I said, there is no merchandise. And I shot him. He didn't die. The gun jammed. He was gurgling. I had hit him. It was, blood was pouring out of his mouth. And, he was in I would imagine he looked like he was in a lot of pain. So there was a tire iron in there. I took the tire iron and hit him with it, which knocked him out. And he died. I then took him and put him in a 50-gallon drum, put it on the side of a motel. It was behind Harry's corner. I listened to the people. I went in Harry's every morning. The thing was there for a long time. I looked at it every day. It was there. I went in Harry's every day. One day it was just missing. Continued to go in Harry's to see if anything was said about it. Nothing was said. I don't know what happened to the drum.
By the 1980s, Kuklinski was involved in narcotics, pornography, arms dealing, money laundering, hijacking, and contract killing on a worldwide basis. He was also pressing 50 and getting tired. He started to make mistakes. He began to leave traces, and law enforcement officers who had suspected him over the years began gathering evidence. Kuklinski would protect himself by killing anyone who could testify against him. On December 27th, 1982, a body was discovered at the York Motel in New Jersey. The body was identified as Gary Smith, 37. Smith had been given cyanide and then strangled to death. This was the first of many mistakes Kuklinski was to commit.
Gary Smith was found under a motel bed in New Jersey. As I recall, there were some 20 people that used the room in 5 days, and nobody had realized there was a rotting body underneath it. The body was found in a decomposed state. It was very hot weather. Smith would have not been identified as a murder victim if he had died only of the cyanide. If the cyanide had worked, and he had died, and he didn't need to be strangled, that ligature mark around the neck wouldn't have been seen, and he would have been possibly a drug addict overdose or lots of other things of a non-homicidal nature would have to be considered.
On September 25th, 1983, the body of Louis Masgay was found. As he had done many times before to confuse the time of death, Kuklinski had frozen the body in an industrial freezer. This was the murder that earned him the name of Iceman. This murder was also his second deadly mistake.
He did too good a job in that body because he left that body in the freezer for 2 years, then took the body out and dumped it in Rockland County, and the body was found before it had fully thawed out. So the doctor doing the autopsy, the medical examiner in Rockland County, when he opened the body up, saw ice inside the body in the summer's day and said, there's something wrong here. This guy could not have died 2 days ago the way he looks like from the outside.
On May 14th, 1983, a bicyclist was riding down a lonely road in a wooded area and saw a buzzard feeding on a body. It was Daniel Gepner, 44, third business associate of Richard Kuklinski, to be found dead. The body count grew. There would soon be 5 unsolved murders with one thing in common. The last person to see the victims alive had been Richard Kuklinski. After 30 years of getting away with murder, Richard Kuklinski's time was running out. He had been under investigation for 3 years, and the police were beginning to put the pieces together.
What I told my superiors in Trenton was that, hey, look, we can check with the FBI, and when you see that there's a certain number of given serial killers roaming around this country of ours, but take a good hard look at what we got here. We got Richie Kuklinski, and there's only one offender.
In 1986, a division of the New Jersey Criminal Justice Department set up a task force made up of federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. The task force analyzed existing investigative material and gathered new information. They had one mission: to arrest and convict Richard Kuklinski.
When I first read the file, which at the time was nothing more than a compilation of several different unsolved homicides, the more you looked for connections, the less you found. Different types of murders, different devices used. The final method that was used was, in fact, the introduction of a undercover federal agent, Dominic Polifron, who was able to win Mr. Kuklinski's confidence and was able to record conversations where he detailed his participation in these murders.
I portrayed myself as a hitman. Told him I worked for the wise guys downtown New York, and my brother was a good fella downtown, and I went by the name of Dominic Michael Provenzano.
You willing to go out on a contract? If the price is right, I'll talk to anybody. Yeah? Sure. And you mean to tell me your way is nice and clean and nothing fucking shows up? Well, it may show, my friend, but it's quiet. It's not messy. It's not noisy. It's not, yeah, but how the fuck do you put it together, like, you know what I'm saying? Well, there's always a way. There's a will, there's a way, my friend.
We used to sit down, we talk. Either we go to those tables over there, get away from people, and we discuss how to murder people.
I have a few problems I want to dispose of. I have some rats I want to get rid of. Yeah. Only fucking thing I don't understand. Don't you use a fucking piece of iron to get rid of these fucking people? Use this fucking cyanide? You messy. You do it nice and calm.
It became apparent at later points in the investigation that Mr. Kuklinski fully intended on murdering Dominic Polifron in addition to
victims that were being discussed at the time they were having these tape-recorded conversations. So he could pretty much tell Dominic Poliphone anything because he knew shortly that he had plans for Mr. Poliphone too.
You put that stuff in a mist, you spray it in somebody's face, and they go to sleep. No shit. Well, but he's dead. That's the bottom line. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? No matter how it was done, I mean, I know guys that went to sleep and never woke up again. I mean, you know.
He says he had one guy, he went and get a hamburger, and they come back and he put the cyanide on his hamburger. And we're sitting down, and he's telling me, he says, you wouldn't believe it. He says, I'm waiting for this guy to kill over. He says, because once you eat cyanide, usually it roll over, and that's it. He says, this guy had the constitution of a fucking bull. He says, you wouldn't believe it. He says he wouldn't die, and we're both laughing about this. And I'm saying in the back of my mind, I said, oh, God. I said, look at this. I said, what kind of person is this? I said to myself right there, I said, you better cover your butt. I said, because you just don't know with this guy. And he'd be kidding about it, and I'd be laughing in the back of my mind. I'm saying, this is the devil. No question about it, this is the devil.
On December 17th, 1986, the Special Task Force set up a roadblock and arrested Richard Kuklinski outside his home in Dumont, New Jersey. They felt they had all the evidence they needed for a conviction.
The whole road was blocked off for cars. Local police, state police, Division of Criminal Justice investigators, county personnel. There was no place for him to go, so he stopped his car. He was told to get out of the car, and he did not. So he was taken out of the car, and he was placed face down on the street in a position where we thought we were safe. And then I handcuffed him. That guy's big. I did everything I could to get one click on the handcuffs. Later on, I tried to put leg irons on him, and there's no way they would go on. They just wouldn't go on.
Law enforcement authorities have arrested one of the most notorious contract killers in state history. A self-employed Bergen County man is behind bars, charged with 5 murders, and prosecutors are investigating his involvement in dozens more.
Unnecessary. This guy watched too many movies.
He is such a cold-blooded killer, they call him the Iceman. After being convicted of 2 murders, he confessed to 2 others in court today.
I shot George Malverman 5 times. Louis Masgay on July 1st, 1981. I shot him once in the back of the head.
When the judge asked him why he had killed the 2 men, Kuklinski replied,
Mystery business.
Dominic Polifrone's tapes had nailed Kuklinski, but in court, the ICE greeted the undercover cop with a smile.
He seemed to be quite cheery about saying hello to you.
Well, I reciprocated. The only thing is, I'm going home, and he's going to a different environment at the present time.
It wasn't real to us. We just had a hard time dealing with what was in the press, and I kept saying, no way, and I don't believe it. And then when I actually heard his voice, in court, it was very hard to believe that he talked like that. It was very, very difficult to believe.
I've done it always. As far as you've known or heard, there's too many things I haven't tried. No matter how it was done, I mean, I know guys that went to sleep and never woke up again. I mean,
The consensus of the federal, state, county, and local law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation is that Richard Kuklinski is one of the most dangerous criminals we have ever come across in the state. Further, it's our feeling that he is such a diabolical, methodical type of killer that it's very possible that when all is said and done, we still may never know how many people he has actually killed.
What Richard has been accused and found guilty of and spoke to you about goes against God and man. Very strong feelings. I am totally anti-violence. I mean, as are my children. And I can't make those wrongs right. I can't make them right in my own mind. We are Richard Kuklinski's family, and we aren't ourselves anymore. We're Richard Kuklinski's family.
I've never felt sorry for anything I've done other than hurting my family. The only thing I feel sorry for. I'm not looking for forgiveness and I'm not repenting. No, I won't. I do want my family to think of me. Oh boy. Remember this one. This would never be me. This would not be me. I feel for my family. You see the ice cream cry. Not very macho. But I've heard people that mean everything to me. But the only people that mean anything to me.
Shout out to Oaksterdam University. It'll make them super big. Where is he? Or she's busy. Edward Donahue, Dave Donahue. Yeah. Son. Oh, for sure, dog. Look at this athleticism right here. Look at the left side.
Heaven, hell, and anything in between. You wouldn't be safe anywhere. That's what I'm saying. That's that whole. That's true. That's what I'm saying. You can pull a gun on me. If I'm mad at you, I'm coming forward. You don't shoot me, snipe me. You won't kill me. So next time you see me, I will kill you.
In 1991, Richard Kuklinski, a contract killer known as the Iceman, was interviewed by HBO for an American Undercover special.
Approximate guess. Approximate.
After a lifetime of killing for hire, Kuklinski was finally caught by an undercover ATF agent wearing a hidden wire.
You like to go on a contract? The price is right. I don't talk to anybody. Yeah, but how the fuck do you put it together? You know what I'm saying? There's always a way. There's a will. There's a way, my friend.
Richard Kuklinski is one of the most dangerous criminals we've ever come across in the state. He murdered by guns, he murdered by strangulation, he murdered by putting poison on victims' food. He did all of this at the same time while exhibiting a normal, placid family existence. His wife, his children, uninvolved in his criminal activities. Yet, we are faced with convicting evidence of numerous grisly murders.
In 1986, the ATF and the New Jersey Organized Crime Task Force set up a roadblock outside Kuklinski's home. It took 5 men to bring down the 6'5", 300-pound killer and force handcuffs on him. The Iceman's career as a master criminal was finally over. Richard Kuklinski knows he will never get out of jail. With nothing left to lose, Kuklinski reveals new secrets about the years he spent as a contract killer for the Gambino crime family, and tells what happened in his life that turned him into a man law enforcement called the Iceman.
I hated my father. If I could have, I probably would have killed him. Probably would have felt good about it. My father would beat me just for this, just if I looked at him. He gave me this personal feeling I had to when people die in front of me, especially loudmouth people. Loudmouth people remind me of my father. Once a loudmouth person starts with me, I love them. That's the only excuse I need.
One night in a bar, a loudmouth made the mistake of insulting the 18-year-old Kuklinski in front of people. A couple of hours later, the Iceman saw his chance to get even.
I come out of this bar and I see him sleeping in his car. I got you, little sucker. Now I got you. I'll write you a fire. And I did. I got myself a bottle of gasoline. And I tried in the car with him. He was screaming and yelling and burning. And the car burned. I could smell him. Walk down the block and I could hear him as I turned the corner. Whistling. This was personal. This was a guy at this point. Maybe mad.
By the age of 25, Richard Kuplinski had no problem with murder. But now he wanted to get paid for it. There was money in contract killing. To prove himself, he auditioned for Mafia capo Roy DeMeo.
I said, well, I would expect you to, if you came with me, I'd expect you to, if I told you to whack somebody, you whack him. Without an arrest. So I said, well, I could probably do that. He says, you probably could do it. I did. I think you could do it. I said, yeah, I think I could do it. So he's all ready to get the car. Got the car. He and I got in the back seat. We were driving. We drove someplace. I don't know where it was. Someplace in Maryland. And we were sitting there for a while. We got to where we were going. We were sitting there for a while. And the man came. This is before kind of story. One like. Says, all right. Take this guy down. Which guy we talking about? And what? So I got out of the car and I started walking to this guy. I was walking as long as like a regular guy. I said, ask me. Turn around and shot him. Freddie and Roy pulled up in the car. I got in the car and we drove away. And that is how I got involved with Roy doing things like that.
Roy DeMeo's hangout was the Jeff
Look at this one. Look at this athleticism.
It was a house of horrors where over 100 people were murdered, chopped up, and disposed of by DeMeo and his gang of lethal contract killers. After proving himself, Kuplinski quickly became one of DeMeo's favorite enforcers. DeMeo ordered the hits, and Kuplinski executed them without question.
He wanted this guy taken care of. But he wanted to talk to him first. So when I got to the place, I asked the man for the money. So the guy said he didn't have it, and Roy would just have to wait until he got the money to pay him. And that was that. He'd have to wait. And I said to the man, you have to then talk to him. He wants to talk to you. So I dialed the phone with him, and he got on the phone, and I said, he wants to talk to you. So he was talking to him, and I guess guess they were acting like everything was alright because he got off the phone, he handed me the phone back. He says, "Yeah, I told you he'd wait. He's in a better frame of mind. Don't worry about it. He wants to talk to you now." So I picked up the phone and he said, "Kill him." I shot him. I'm just a hardworking, expedited. Not as myself as a person who did something that somebody wanted done. They paid me a good price.
In the early 80s, the Gambinos were feeling the heat of an intense investigation, which reached as high as their boss, Paul Castellano. As the pressure from law enforcement grew, the family began to worry about potential witnesses. One in particular presented a major problem. His name was Peter Calabro. The family ordered a hit, and Kuplinsky was given the contract. On March 14, 1980, Kuplinsky drove for hours on a snow-covered road in Saddle River, New Jersey, waiting for a call to come through on his walkie-talkie.
It's snowing. The roads are very bad. A lot of snow, slide. I was in the van. So what I figured is, at the last moment I had a different plan. At the last moment I decided, well, I'm going to double park this thing. This will get me the edge because this will make him have only one way to come by. And that's he has to come right by this van. I go to the back of the van and I go out the back door. I take the shotgun with me. So I kneel down. I have a gun to the van. So I can see where he's approximately at. So I watch him come up to where he's almost in front of the van, and I stood up. And as he's going by, I find I never knew the man, what he looked like, what his job was, and I found out the next day that he was police. But had I been told to do him anyway, I knew he was police. Most likely would have done that. I don't care. So no.
Kuplinsky had killed a cop. The cop had gone bad, selling information to the Gambinos. The cop was eliminated before he could turn state's witness. For Kuplinsky, contracts like the Calabro murder were strictly business. They gave him the money he needed for his family. The Iceman was leading a double life. He lived on a quiet street in Bergen County, New Jersey, surrounded by neighbors who had no idea they were living next door to a mafia hitman. He was determined that no one, not even his own family, would ever find out who he really was.
I'd have a question, and you just knew, don't do it, don't ask. He got up at 2 o'clock in the morning or during dinner, and put on his shoes and walked out the door. He said bye. He didn't say where are you going or why are you going, and it was just understood that that's the way it was.
I was the happiest when I was with Mom. Never involved in anything. If I did, I'd probably wish I did. She knew I had a lot of temper, and I did have a lot of temper. But I don't think she thought I would go as far as that.
Richard's time with his family was sacred, and any interference could throw him into a rage. It made him even more angry if it happened during the holidays.
This fella, he owed about $1,600. So here we come Christmas Eve. I go there and he says, nah, come with me. You like the money? I gotta buy something. He gave me the story, whole story. So I left there. I was upset. Got on the bus, went home. I was always together for the kids. This thing was really fun. It was annoying me. It was just making my whole disposition bad. So it just occurred to me this bullshit.
It was Christmas Eve, after midnight. His family was sleeping. Linsky got in his car and drove to New York City.
I went to the bar. They told me he just left. He was parked a couple blocks down in the parking lot. The parking lot was closed, but he was parked in there. I saw his car. His car was running, but it had snow on it. So I knocked on the door and he said, how are you? Glad to see you. Sit down so I can walk around the passenger side and sit down and talk to them. I said, look, I really need the money. I said, it's not right. You just playing me like a fool. It's still in my hands. He just was annoying me to go in. Babbling. It was just going on and on. I fired. And I couldn't see a damn thing. There was snow on the windows. When that flash went off, I just had spots before my eyes. My ears were ringing because the noise inside the car was couldn't hear, couldn't see. Then I panicked. Because now I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I had caught the guy in the temple. And as he moved back, second shot caught him in the chin. Only by the time I could see, I reached into the man's pocket. And he had a roll of money. I took my $1,600 off, put the rest of the money that was his in his pocket. Got out of the car, walked away. That's what happened on Christmas Eve in New York City.
The Iceman had killed my gun, my knife, my Molotov cocktail, and cyanide. But he also liked to experiment.
I just popped the guy in the head. Actually, it was just seeing if it would work. Looking at me. No, he actually bent down to the car with the I got tested for
Murder, or was it something out of anger, or different personal thing?
just wanted to see if this thing would work. Sure did. We're halfway into it then.
The Quincy was always looking for new ways to get away with murder. In the 80s, a man who was nicknamed Mr. Softy teamed up with Quincy. This harmless-looking ice cream vendor was in reality an Army-trained demolitions expert who was a violent and vicious killer.
Mr. Softy was an individual by the rubber prom gang. He used to operate a Mr. Softy truck. That's what he looked like then, Mr. Softy. He became friendly with Quincy, very friendly with him. And it is our opinion that friendship led to Richard Quincy learning a lot about killing with different types of chemicals, cyanide.
He taught me a lot, basically. But he was extremely crazy. But he would read all kinds of books on destruction and all kinds of ways to destroy somebody. He used to go around with Mr. Softy drawing. That's how he used to spot people. Get the outlay of the land. When they were easy ways. Sometimes he'd do it right from the truck. So Mr. Softy. He had one of those Mr. Softy trucks. Did you ever see it? That's what it's all. Yes, he did. And that's what he did. So he'd go into these neighborhoods. Sell ice cream to the kids. They'd kill one of their moms.
On August 9th, 1984, Mr. Softy was found dead, hanging out of the driver's side seat in his Mr. Softy ice cream truck. He had been killed by multiple gunshot wounds to the head.
I think Quincy killed him because he used him for his information. He used him for his knowledge. Probably brought him around, brought him with him on certain jobs that he did. And it was time for the boss to make the decision. They didn't want him on his hands. He may have said something wrong, like Richie. Who knows, whatever it was. Quincy, in my opinion, made the decision to kill him.
After Ronnie's murder, Quincy was hired for a dangerous contract no one else would touch. It was here in a crowded discotheque that the cyanide killing techniques learned from Mr. Softy paid off.
Couldn't get to this person. This so I was really in a bad way because there was a time schedule. And I happened to be watching these people, and there was a couple of gay people dancing and whatever. And nobody was paying them no money. They were walking anyway. Going anywhere because people basically don't look at gay people. But the idea came to me, yeah, try to act gay, but how the hell am I going to get by 300-pound gay man? You know, that's a little bit far-fetched. So I went to the extreme of far-fetched. I got this loudest costume you'd ever want to see on. I mean, I went full-blown gay person because maybe the other gay people pissed off at me. I'm not saying anything bad about it, but I got this canary yellow sweater, and these bright pants. I got these elevated shoes, which I'm told to be good. I got these thick shoes on, and I acted like a full-blown gay person. I mean, and I got on this thing, and I'm doing this like dancing a bit. And I get onto this thing, and they got these lights. I hate those lights, by the way, those strobe lights. Man, I hate those lights. You can't see good with them lights. It messes up my eyes. So anyway, I'm trying to get close to this guy. I'm doing this crazy thing. I'm acting real squishy. I guess that's what you call it. I get up close to this guy. And I bump into him. But everybody's bumping into everybody.
Man, sorry, sorry.
He had a heart attack. Because I had hypothermia. I bumped into him. I popped him. I didn't need him.
What was in
His case?
There was no doubt that Richard Kuklinski was a stone-cold killer, and most people thought that's why he was called. What was in
his case?
There was no doubt that Richard Kuklinski was a stone-cold killer, and most people thought that's why he was called the Iceman. But law enforcement had another reason for pinning this name on him. They called him the Iceman because to confuse the time of death, he would take his victims and put them in a freezer for long periods of time. One such victim was a man named Louis Masgay.
He did too good a job on his body. After leaving the body in the freezer for over 2 years, he then took the body out and dumped it where it was found before it had thawed out. So when the medical examiner does the autopsy and opens the body up, he finds ice inside the body on a warm summer's day. The medical examiner says, "There's something wrong here. This guy couldn't have died in the past few days."
After the discovery of the half-frozen body of Louis Masgay, the news began to tighten around Kuklinski and his boss, Roy DeMeo. Under pressure from law enforcement, DeMeo began to act erratically. The family felt he was about to crack and testify against them. There was no question in their minds. He had to go. In 1983, DeMeo's body was found in the trunk of a car. He had been shot 5 times and was dead. There were some who thought Kuklinski might be responsible. Do you know anything about his murder?
He outlived his usefulness. And he was running the wrong way. Apparently everybody thought he was going to run to the law.
When you feel good,
I'm kind of rich for you too. I got a bridge for you too. I want to sell you a bridge. I wasn't broke. That was my attempt at levity. But I thought at the time we could have to a nicer person. If somebody had to die that day, it was a good day for him to die.
Over the next 3 years, the New Jersey Organized Crime Task Force concentrated on closing in on Kulinski. When Kulinski began to feel cornered, he started eliminating anyone who could implicate him in his criminal activities. If he called you friend, you had a problem. Yesterday's friend soon became tomorrow's enemy. One of those friends turned enemy was a man who had been Kulinski's partner. His name was George Malaban.
George boy. I liked him. Actually, I really liked him. One of the few people I ever really liked.
But Malaban had developed some bad habits. He racked up thousands of dollars in gambling debts to loan sharks. Kulinski had vouched for him and told Malaban he better pay up. Then Malaban made a fatal mistake. He told Kulinski that if he didn't back off, he would hurt his family.
Which really struck a nerve. It upset me, but I was trying not to get upset with it at that time. I figured he was just nervous, maybe, and he was just spouting off.
But the Iceman couldn't forget that Malaban had threatened his family. Several weeks later, he began to plan his murder.
We got in the van, and Pastor George, really sincere with the fact that you had hurt my family to get back at me. And he said, that's the only way I can get you, I can get over on you, get you to do what I want you to do. That's a stupid thing to say, George. Because knowing how bad how sincere I am about my family. Because if you say something like that, you must realize you're going to make me mad. He said, no, you won't be mad. He said, because you'd be afraid that something would happen to your family. I said, well, you're very wrong about that, George. That's because I'm going to put a stop to that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put a stop to that right now. I shot him 5 times. I could see him entering. He was already here. I was sitting in the van. I'm in the driver's seat. George was over here. The next seat, which was, just like that. Pop, pop, pop. Pop, pop. And I can see them continuing moving on. Jacket. Actually, they made marks on the jacket.
Kulinski's favorite way of disposing of bodies was putting them in barrels. But with a 6-foot, 300-pound George Malaban, it wasn't easy.
So I gotta admit, I had a problem with one leg. A hell of a problem with one leg. No, what I did, I couldn't get that leg in there. So I had to cut it. Put the top on. And I drove down to Jersey City, where I dumped him.
The next morning, a passerby noticed a dented steel drum turned over on its side. When he walked over to get a closer look, he saw a pair of legs, one of them bloody and hacked. The body was George Malaban. Police knew Kulinski was the last person to see him alive. The New Jersey Organized Crime Task Force now had just one mission: to gather the evidence to arrest and convict Richard Kulinski.
The final method that was used was, in fact, the introduction of a undercover federal agent, Dominic Polifron, was able to win Mr. Kuklinski's confidence and was able to record conversations that detailed his participation in these murders.
I portrayed myself as an hitman. Told him I worked for the wise guys downtown New York, and my brother was a good fella downtown, and I went by the name of Dominic Michael Provenzano.
I have a few problems I want to dispose of. I have some threats I want to get rid of. Yeah. Well, that's not the thing I don't understand. Don't you use a fucking piece of iron to get rid of these fucking people? Use this fucking iron Betsy. You do it nice and calm.
The tapes made by the undercover agent had nailed Richard Kuklinski, and his career as a contract killer was finally over. At his trial, his family learned for the first time that they really didn't know that Richard Kuklinski, who was also capable of being the deadly Iceman. Richard Kuklinski is now serving multiple life sentences in Jersey State Maximum Security Prison. Ironically, his younger brother Joey is also serving a life sentence in the same prison. When Joey was 25, he was convicted of raping and murdering a 12-year-old girl. After he strangled the girl, he dragged her body over two adjoining rooftops and threw her and her pet dog to the street 40 feet below.
Because we never brought up your brother for the first show. And
We'll talk about him. He's been here for 20. He's been here 25 minutes. Pretty close.
what happened? How old was he when?
He was a young man.
And what went wrong in his case? Do you think he still was a product also, what you went through? Do you see him, Richard?
Pass.
What do you say? Just hello and keep on walking?
I know, Joe. How you? Take care. Told you I have dual short stories. That's being over friendly with my brother.
Does he try to talk to you?
He says less to me as a matter of fact. Sometimes just even into me, I don't think. Thinking about it. Depends how you look at it.
If by some miracle you got out of here tomorrow, let's for the sake of argument, what would you do? Would you go back to that life?
No, it's past me. After 10 years without violence, I don't really look forward to violence anymore. I don't even think I can play the game. I would get myself shot the first time. I wouldn't do it anyway. I'd look to retire at a nice quiet place, someplace. No banging doors, no people yelling and screaming. Somewhere I don't want to think. I can just sit there and think. Yes. I would kill a child. Most likely I would kill a woman. Then I thought better of the idea of job anyway.
Ever heard of any life?
All my friends did. One point in time, I'm sure I liked them.
Might have been longer than one.
No matter your life from that. Honor among thieves? There's no such thing. See, because I was put in prison by a man I knew 30 years. And I liked him. Big mistake. I had one friend to marry. I'll say it with multi-life sentence. Was my one friend. And he's the only friend I didn't kill.
I'm really not familiar with such athleticism. This is a potential 6-star class.
Or the scuttlebutt. Let's say just put it that way.
What is it? Japanese car. Supposedly it was picked up, put in a trunk, put in the trunk of a car, put in a crusher with other cars, crushed, and shipped overseas. That's what I heard.
I think the last time I asked him if he thought he was a Toyota.
Could be a town. Some little Japanese car.
Kid. Really? Yeah, you gotta hurry. Khan, you seen this shit? Rabbi, you seen this shit? Yeah, you seen this shit? Yeah, it's me. You seen this shit? Zaki, you seen this shit? Sahaba, you seen this shit? Zibia, you seen this shit? Ziva, you seen this shit? Zoma, you seen this shit? Alona, you seen this shit? Esther, you seen this shit? Kittle, you seeing this shit? Bracky, you seeing this shit? This rabbi eats pasta the same way he eats pussy. I love these. I'm sure my future Redditsons are kind of my future Redditsons like this stuff. Like my previous Redditsons are kind of like really, yeah.
And for a while, it looked like it might just have worked.
You no longer have them.
Yeah, I'm sure she is. She's a certified fraud. Yeah.
You just won 1 million!
A cool million pinched from under the nose of one of the country's most popular stars on ITV1's top game show.
You are the most amazing contestant ever had.
And right in front of the television cameras.
Come on now. Come on, my darling, come on.
Tonight, for the first time, we can show you how they did it and how they got caught. We've got the tapes.
I really haven't got this.
We've got the witnesses. And we've got the cops. This is the dramatic story of the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire major fraud.
It's a classic tale of greed and obsession, a desperate desire to win the biggest cash prize on British television by hook or by crook. It was here in this studio that 8 cameras captured every move by the Major, his wife, and their accomplice, while 21 microphones recorded every single guilty cough. We've isolated their soundtrack so that you can hear them clearly, just as the jury did during the trial. Tonight, we show you the evidence and reveal the major fraud.
And where? Shit in that fucking on that fucking island is named some strange shit.
On the show 4 times, he finally makes it to the hot
Chester from Fames on Wharton Hall. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Having coasted through 10 questions, he comes unstuck at 64,000 and bows out graciously with a cheque for £32,000.
We're going with your dad's 50% hunch.
Yeah, and like slightly more than 50%, but not much. 52%. Yes, fine.
What's wrong, Tom?
It's the wrong answer. Adrian, after all this time.
Oh, no.
It's September. It's September again. Oh, I tell you what, though, it's been great to have you. I've really enjoyed having you. I'm so pleased to have you. At last, after over 2 years of trying, Adrian Pollock goes back to the Vale of Glamorgan to tell his family Daddy's got £32,000. Give him a big hand.
Little Sisters next on, and with husband Charles Ingram appears on the couples show.
Brian Downs from Somerset. Now, this is Diana Ingram, a
a nursery nurse from Swindon, watching the home his husband Charles.
A bit of brotherly coaching pays off.
The audience is her brother Adrian.
And after some 300 phone calls to the show, Diana Ingram's in the hot seat at last.
Have a look at question number 11. It's for £64,000. This will take you one correct answer and £30,000 past the 30,000 level. Have a lifeline. Have a look. It's question number 11. You might as well play it, whatever. You can't lose it. Who wrote the nonsense poem The Hunting of the Snark? G.K. Chesterton, Hilaire Belloc, Edward Lear, Lewis Carroll.
Well, I thought it was Edward Lear before they all came up.
Yes.
And now Lewis Carroll's come up. He might have written it too.
She equals her brother's performance.
I'm going to play Edward Lear final answer.
Edward Lear final answer.
Yes.
He had £32,000. He kept back one lifeline. He desperately wanted to meet your brother. You stayed in exactly the same place as your brother. You're still on £32,000.
And falls somewhat less graciously at the same hurdle.
Who was fastest? Charles Ingram. In 3.9.
Finally, after two failed attempts, Charles Ingram makes it to the hop.
G.K. Chesterton.
Hunting of the Snark.
Hilaire Belloc. Edward Lear. Lewis Carroll.
Well, I thought it was Edward Lear before they all came up.
Yes.
And now Lewis Carroll's come up. He might have written it too.
She equals her brother's performance.
I'm going to play Edward Lear final.
It's Lewis Carroll, dog.
Yes.
Everyone knows that.
He had £32,000. He kept back one lifeline.
All the other ones are fucking made up, it sounds like.
You stayed in exactly the same place as your brother. You're still on £32,000.
And falls somewhat less graciously at the same hurdle.
Who was fastest? Charles Ingram. In 3.9.
Finally, after two failed attempts,
September 9th,
makes it to the hot seat.
2001. Right before 9/11.
The most infamous episode of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is about to begin.
I really want to. Yeah. He had this terrible peer pressure in that his brother-in-law and his wife both had won £32,000. They were both quite sort of, they seemed to be quite obsessed with the show and getting on it and doing well. They both got on it and done well. I mean, she went away very disappointed with £32,000. So I remember I talked to her in the bar afterwards. And I said, great, congratulations. She said, well, only 32. And I said to her, it's a huge amount of money. She went, yes, but I should have done more. I should have beaten my brother of all this. 15 questions. What do you like, Lions? All 15 correct answers, he wins £1 million. Let's play Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Okay, Charles, question number 1 for £100, please. On which of these would you air laundry? Clothes dog.
Close line.
Horse. Clothes rabbit. Clothes pig.
Close horse, but that's a hard one.
That's a clothes horse. It's the right answer. You got £100.
The first few questions are easy enough for the major.
That's a one. Okay, you got £100. Question number 2. What name is given to a person who is against increasing the powers of the European Union? Eurosceptic, Eurostar, Eurotrash, Eurovision.
A.
Eurosceptic. Right answer, £200. Okay, number 3 is worth £300. What is butterscotch?
Candy.
Correct. Paper, yeah. Garden flower. Brittle toffee.
D.
But some staff are concerned as soon as the major takes the hot seat.
Right after you got £300.
Diana Ingram's younger brother Marcus Powell is also in the studio.
Just after recording has started, probably about 15-20 minutes into it really, and he was outside the studio on his mobile phone, which mobile phones aren't allowed sort of in the studio area. So I went up to the production office where I'm full Chris Burke.
So just approached him to excuse me, saying I'm kind of in and out of the studio using the phone. If you want to make a phone call, I can get someone to escort you off site.
and you can make as many photos as you wish, or would you like to go back in the studio and take a seat?
When I went back downstairs, about 10-15 minutes later, he was back outside on his mobile again. And as soon as he saw me, he went straight back in to the studio.
At which point I asked one of our security guards to keep an eye on him for the rest of the recording. And to the best of my knowledge, that's exactly what he did.
Police believe 4 vibrating phone pages could have signalled the right answer.
I think that the question and the options would have been transmitted by Marcus Powell's open mobile phone within the VIP area. I believe the person at the other end with access to research material then signalled the wearer of those pages with the correct answer A, B, C, or D, depending on what part of the body the page was secreted, and then that person being the signal Charles Ingram, or indeed Charles Ingram may have been wearing the pages himself.
Marcus Powell's never been charged with any offence. So for now, Charles Ingram's on his own. And the £500 question's one he's bound to get right.
Let's on the 4 then for Friday. Which of these is the nickname for a famous Scottish army regiment? You're going to get it wrong. Embarrassing to get it wrong, though, Charles. Major, which of these is the nickname for a famous Scottish army regiment? Black Cat.
I
Black
would know
Widow.
this.
Black Sea. Black Watch.
Black Cat.
Black Watch. Not Black Widow.
Ooh, Black Watch.
Black Cat. It's the right answer. You've got £500.
Question 5, the last time the Major could go home with nothing.
The Normans who invaded and conquered England in 1066.
French?
German, Norwegian, French, Danish.
But he's no intention of leaving empty-handed.
I'll go with English. It's the right answer. You got £1,000.
On the next question, he's struggling, and there's no one to help. Too much knowledge.
Remember the family honour. Right, you got £1,000. You've still got all your life left. 50-50, phone a friend, and ask this audience. Have a look at number 6. It's worth £2,000. I bet you know this one. In Coronation Street, who is? I bet you don't. Who is he? When did you last see Coronation Street?
I've never watched it. I mean, I've seen it sort of in the telly
for 40 years.
I know. Sorry.
Okay, no, have a look at it. Work out what you want to do. In Coronation Street, who is Audrey's daughter? Janice, Gail, Linda, Sally.
No idea. Because it sucks.
I really haven't got this.
Now, you've got the audience. You can ask the audience. You can phone a friend. You can go 50-50. Sure. 50-50, probably if you've got 2 left, you've still never heard of our group. Might be my choose. You've got a phone a friend. You can ask the audience.
Yeah, Chris, I'd like to ask you.
Okay, audience, let's see if you're up on your toes. We had Coronation Street here only a couple of weeks ago and raised well over £100,000 for charity. Let's see if you know all about them. In Coronation Street, this is the question. In Coronation Street, who is Audrey's daughter? Now, A on your keypad is Janice, B is Gail, C is Linda, D is Sally. A, B, C, or D. All vote now.
He's using a lifeline
I forgot the
far
music.
too early in the game.
Well, thank you.
89% say no, 3% Linda, 4% Sally, 4% Janice. By heart, it's your call.
Tricky one.
I think
but it wouldn't be my fault at home at work, so I'll go for I'll follow the audience. I can't remember what they said. I think it was Gail.
Said Gail.
Yeah, Gail. Okay, right.
89% said Gail.
I'll run with Gail. Never heard. We'll see. Yeah, very nice. Sorry, Gail. Okay. I'll go with Gail. Yeah.
We got there. £2,000.
And the next question's also a struggle.
Have a look at number 7. We're getting up there. This is for £4,000. You're 9. Wait for the million. Have a look. The River Foyle is found in which part of the United Kingdom? England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales.
No one cares because England sucks.
Never heard of it.
With just £2,000 in the pot, Charles Ingram's having to use his second lifeline.
the lifelines are there to help. So I think I'll phone a friend.
Okay. Who are you going to phone?
Gerald.
Gerald, tell him the question for possible answers. See what he comes up with. You're still 50-50 if you need it later. You can walk on to that. Where's Gerald?
South Wales.
He wasn't the finest contestant we've ever had. He was struggling quite a bit, actually. So he got up to £4,000 by the end of the first night and used 2 lifelines. So we knew he was coming back the following evening, but expected him to last just a couple of questions or so and then be gone.
Final answer. Final answer. It's the right answer. You got £4,000. Yes, I had to. Okay, Charles, you got God, no. Oh, God, no.
As the rollover contestant, Charles Ingram has a few precious hours to come up with a plan. He'll clearly struggle on his own.
If you lose 2 lifelines, 1 lifeline left, you've struggled to that point. Even though you might be going over 16,000, maybe 32, there's no way that you'd expect him to stay there for very much more than 2 or 3 questions, unless you're incredibly lucky with questions. But, you know, having sat through millions of programs, what do you expect?
You've landed through, but I think you have 1 lifeline left. And I remember us saying, God, that poor bloody major, you know, he's got as much chance of getting the 32,000. You know, it's going to the roof. I mean, there was just no way this guy could possibly go much further. And I could see his wife sort of sitting up there behind him, sort of frowning at him. I thought, oh, God, he's got his little girls and his promise and tokens and all this. Okay, fingers crossed for next time. Earlier on tonight.
But there's an unlikely saviour on the way.
Army Major Charles Ingram here at the moment is on £4,000. The good news, he still has 1 lifeline remaining. We're back Tuesday night. Let's see who'll be joining us then. Boris Brom, Tequin Whittock,
John Norton. That night, the Ingrams called Tequin Whittock another millionaire regular, and it's at this point he joins their scam. The major fraud is about to begin.
September 10th, 2001. So nobody would pay attention to this next day.
Hello, welcome to Tuesdays Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? We kick off tonight with the contestant returning from Saturday. Charles Ingram is here in the hot seat, a position he may well have been in before. Because you're a military man. Morning, Major. Morning, Morty. Have you got...
Well, but that's not necessarily what aired.
Well, I have actually. I have got
I love
a bit defensive on the last show. You know, I sort of started talking myself out of answers that, frankly, I should have did. So this time I'm going on the counter-attack.
We're going on the counter-attack tonight.
And I'm going to be a bit more positive. And, well, basically, it means I'm going to be a bit more sort of show a bit more self-committal. You know, if I feel I know the answer, I'm going to go.
So you've learned a lot then, Charles.
Well, you only get the show once.
In court, Diana Ingram claimed she never met Tequin Whittock or even knew what he looked like. Yet throughout the night, she's caught on camera apparently looking straight at him. Sat right behind the major with the other fastest finger first contestants, Whittock's been strangely quiet during the day.
Well, I think he'd been on 3 times at least before. And he was an old millionaire hand, and we were new.
Did he strike you as a determined contestant?
He struck me as being very focused, so he wasn't in a chatty mood, I have to say. Perfectly polite and pleasant, but I think he was focused on the evening in front of him.
Charles Ingram, Major Charles, you see him in the studio playing for real. Now, right now, he's got 8 questions to go until the million. He's still got 1 lifeline intact. He's got that 50-50. Charles, what's it up tonight? Let's play. Who wants to be a millionaire?
First question of the night, and they're cheating from the off.
That's where we put the strategy to the test. You got £4,000, okay? Obviously, walk away with that. Top of the show, do a runner, but I know you need cheating for that. Let's have a look at question number 8. You've got a 50-50. This would bring you £8,000 if you get the right answer. Here it is. Who was the second husband of Jacqueline Kennedy? Who was the second husband Ferdinand Khashoggi, Ronald Reagan, Aristotle Onassis, Rupert Murdoch.
Right, okay. I'm not certain. It's a first chance to test out their secret weapon. I would have thought that it would be Aristotle Onassis. That coughs from Tequin Wittock. You're hearing it in isolation as the jury did, much clearer than it would sound in any broadcast. And that's the plan, to cough after Ingram reads out the right answers. Jacqueline Kennedy wasn't mentioned, so Adnan Khashoggi. It doesn't ring any bells at all. Aristotle Onassis rings a bell or two. The Major seeks further confirmation from his accomplice. One of my sub-strategies is to...
Oh, you've got a sub-strategy?
Absolutely, sub-strategy.
Okay.
I'll just rethink this one for a moment. I'm pretty confident it's Aristotle Onassis. And after that, Ingram's completely confident. Yeah, I'm going to go for Aristotle Onassis.
You're a wild and crazy man, Major. Final answer?
You only do once. Yeah, final answer.
Still very happy with the strategy?
No, but it's too late.
It's the right answer. Great answer.
My attention was first drawn to Major Ingram at around the £8,000 question when our floor assistant said to me, there's something strange going on. And that was really the first time that I focused on what was going on the set.
You got £8,000. You still kept that lifeline. You're 2 away from the important milestone of 32,000. It's actually always the one. Let's have a look, though, at question number 9. Always the one. Let's have a look, though, at question number 9 first. Emmental is a cheese from which country? France, Italy, Netherlands, Switzerland.
This is the only time all night the Major gets the right answer without a little help from his friends. Right, counterattack, think counterattack. I'd like to go for Switzerland, but I need to just think about it for a moment. You're up here. Doubts and multiplied tenfold. I think it's Switzerland. Again, he lists the other answers just in case, but there's no need for a cough from Wittock. Could be France. Then again, it could be Italy. Or maybe it's the Netherlands.
Right. Yes. That's sort of how the question works, Charles.
No, I got it.
You got a 50-50 penalty. It's got 16,000. You lose 7,000 if you give me a wrong answer. The girls will be back to 3 on the paper.
So, no cough. Sure. The Major knows he's right.
Final answer. Why do you think it was Switzerland?
Well, I just recall Emmental going to Switzerland and I've eaten it wrong. I'm sure it had made in Switzerland, although I written on it. Swiss made.
Yes. I don't know what your strategy and sub-strategy is, but it's working. You've just got £16,000.
Even without the coughs, his habit of reading all the answers sets antennae twitching.
The acoustics within what I call the bowl of the studio is such that the sound is pretty much kept within it. And I was watching a monitor just on the other side. So at this point, there was absolutely no suggestion of any coughing or any noises whatsoever. This was just simply me now focused on the monitor, but kind of removed from the production of the program. I've become so suspicious that something untoward was going on that I then said to our floor manager that I wanted to find out whether we could search Major Ingram when he came off the set.
My boss, Adrian Wolf, came running across the studio mission himself as the site, and he said, we have a problem. And I didn't know what quite it meant, but having then been told that he believed there was something funny going on with the contestant in the hot seat, we then concentrated on that. And I was by a monitor, so I was able to see the way the man was playing the game, and also I was able to stand behind the cameras looking directly at him and see for myself that it was unusual, if not completely strange, the way he was attempting to answer the questions and the way he finally chose an answer. It was well out of any understanding or experience I've ever had.
£32,000, the third question of the night, and a critical moment in the major fraud.
Have a look. Who had a hit UK album with Born to Do It, released in 2000? Coldplay, Top Loader, A1, Craig David.
Not sure, afraid. Born to Do It. I vaguely recall it. I'm sure I've heard the title. I don't honestly know for sure.
Disaster. The Major doesn't know the answer, and neither does Whittock. The plan's out the window.
I think it's A1.
It's not.
Craig David, I don't think I've never heard of Craig David.
Does wife Diana Ingram know he's wrong?
Coldplay I've never heard of. Top Loader is it's part of a rifle. It's also a Rabbi. Yes? Alright, thank you for that.
Is that another anxious look to Techman Whittock?
Sadly, I'm not particularly.
Sadly, that's what they're called. Right, computer, take away 2 wrong answers. Leave Charles the right answer and 1 other wrong answer.
I haven't done it all.
And again, it seems she's looking to Whittock.
The 2 answers left were Craig David, who he admitted to never heard of, and A1, who he had been gunning for all along. And when those 2 answers were left, he said, well, that doesn't give me any help. Which, hang on a second, you've been saying A1 all along, so you didn't know Craig David, so why haven't you now gone, it must be A1 then? So, no, the man was playing a different game to anything I've ever seen. I think it was A1.
The Major set on the wrong answer and needs help, but there's none coming from Whittock.
Never heard of Craig David. Trust me, he does exist. It's quite well known.
Unaware her every move's recorded, it looks like Diana Ingram's preparing to help out. If so, she's taking a massive gamble.
Who had a hit UK album, Born to Do It, released in 2000? A1 and Craig David. How old are your daughters?
11, 9, and 6.
They're all ladies.
They will. They'll be at home screaming the answer now.
His wife seems to check the studio televisions. Diana Ingram's not on screen. The cameras are still rolling.
Got 16,000
She seems unable to hide her frustration. She must know he's wrong.
Well, you are if you want a clue. One of those is worth 32,000, one of them costs you 50,000.
It's the second answer he wants. Diana coughs twice. Is that a clue?
Yeah.
I'm going to go quick.
Has he heard her? Maybe not.
Final answer. Are we on the main strand? Are you on the sub-strand? Oh, we're on the sub-strand. Yeah. If you want to slight detour. Yeah. Okay. lot of money to lose. You can play it, you can take 16,000.
It seems he's heard all right. Here comes the U-turn.
80% of the time I'm wrong, I guess. So. No, I'll get Craig David. Yeah.
Final answer.
I'm going to guess Craig David.
Final answer.
But his wife's been spotted and the groups are in trouble.
We'll take a break. Join us again. Tonight, who wants to be a millionaire? Don't go away.
On the £32,000 question, it looks like Diana's taken a massive gamble to help her husband cheat, but she's been spotted.
This is a group developed quite a nasty cough on that particular question. The major seemed to be struggling to answer it. And there was enough concern for production to decide that they needed to stop the recording, to rewind the tape, to look back at it.
So even at that stage,